Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park. I'm Mayor Bianca Motley Broom. We have a full quorum present with Council members McKenzie, Karn, Arnold, and Gay. And so subject to my continuing objections to Ordinance 2024-01 and the omnibus motion this body passed the first week of January 2024, I will call the meeting to order at this time. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chaplain Dent is doing our invocation this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and all those who are seated here. Let us pray. Eternal God, creator of heaven and earth, we come before you this evening acknowledging that you alone are sovereign over all cities, councils, and communities. You have planted this city near the gates of global travel, a crossroads of nations, and we recognize that this place is not just a location, but a divine assignment. Lord, we ask your presence to fill this council chamber tonight. Amidst disagreements, accusation, and division, we pause to remember that we are neighbors before we are opponents, and we are servants before we are leaders. Your word reminds us that a city divided against itself cannot stand. So, Lord, heal the divisions among our leaders, our citizens, and our community. Replace suspicion with sincerity and pride with humility. Grant wisdom to the mayor, the council, and every decision maker here tonight. May they not be guided by politics or personal ambition, but by righteousness, justice, and compassion. As we move towards another election, Father, we pray for peace in our process and respect in our dialogue. Remind every candidate and citizen that true power does not come from a ballot box, but from your hand. Bless this meeting, all staff, including our police officers and firefighters, and the recipients of awards tonight. We ask this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, according to my faith, the Prince of Peace, the righteous judge, and the restorer of all things. Amen.
Amen.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council, City Manager, residents. I bring before you your civility pledge. The way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take. Our collective decisions will be better when different views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness. We value all input. We commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. Just want to remind those who step forward the podium this evening, please remember the civility pledge.
Thank you, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Manager, and citizens. I'd like to share a brief safety message with you. In the event of a fire or emergency, please remain calm and proceed to the nearest exit. Exit signs are clearly marked throughout the building. Please follow the instructions of College Park staff to designated assembly areas. Once outside, please remain at the assembly point until further instructions are given by fire personnel. If you notice smoke or fire during the meeting, please alert staff immediately and follow evacuation procedures. Your safety is our main priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any
Madam
additions, deletions, amendments, or changes to the agenda?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to request that I be allowed to read a statement into the record.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Statement of the City of College Park. Despite individual opposition, Ordinance 2024-01 is a lawful measure duly enacted by unanimous vote of City Council. The ordinance establishes a rule that prevents the mayor from participating in the deliberations of City Council. In response, a lawsuit was filed in the U.S. District Court challenging this ordinance on the grounds that it restricts free speech by silencing the mayor. But in a series of published written orders, a federal court judge affirmed the lawfulness of the city's ordinance and rejected legal challenges to its constitutionality. The court first denied a motion for a TRO that would have prevented the enforcement of the ordinance during the pendency of the lawsuit, and recently the court issued a final order dismissing the lawsuit in its entirety. The court ruled that the city Council has the authority to limit the mayor in a non-deliberating presiding officer role, and that this does not violate either the city charter or the First Amendment. Therefore, there is no viable legal objection to ordinance 2024-01. All challenges have been fully vetted and soundly rejected by the federal court. With all questions settled, the city council and all of its members are required to follow the law. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, do we have any additions, deletions, amendments, or changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Mayor, I don't have any.
one.
Councilmember?
Item O and P is sponsored by the city attorney. Item O and item P, this item is sponsored by city attorney.
Which number?
I'm just looking on the, I'm just referring to the, cover sheet. Item O and P.
We have items 8 O and P and 9 O and P. Which one are you referring to?
Can you tell us what each are marked?
Item 9O and 9P.
Item 9O and 9P. Okay. Item 9O and 9P are sponsored by the city attorney.
Okay. Councilmember Arnold?
Item 9A is sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold, and it needs to include the amount that we received during the workshop with the cost of $112,000.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to pull item 8N off of the consent agenda as the RFP 26-21 was not provided and is, we don't have all the information, so we probably should have the information, including the award amount, before we actually vote on that. And that would be it on the consent agenda. Just pull that to regular.
I believe the award amount is in the packet.
It is not, sir.
I read it in the packet.
I didn't see it. I looked pretty close. And so the RFP itself is actually not there either. And that was a bit of information that I'd requested via the city manager. And Madam City Manager, while I have that, let me make sure that I am clear on your directive, because I did not get an answer on it. But it is, Madam City Manager, is it your directive that no staff should talk to any member of the mayor or the council, or they will get immediate disciplinary action?
Mayor, let me read exactly what was sent to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, on one occasion, I said, Mayor, please do not send emails or otherwise communicate requests to city staff, even with me copied. This is causing confusion for the staff, creates significant operational burdens, and undermine both my role as a city manager and my efforts to maintain efficient city operations. If you require anything, please contact me directly, as I will direct my staff as appropriate.
I think the first paragraph, please note that under the city charter, all city employees report to and are supervised by me as the city manager. Accordingly, city staff are hereby directed not to comply with or respond to requests from the mayor and other city elected officials. All such requests must come directly from me. Any employee disregarding this directive will face immediate disciplinary action. So that's correct? That is the current policy?
Madam Mayor, to place in proper context, At the time, you submitted a request to staff asking them to provide you with additional information at a certain time during the day, during operations. My directive to staff is, please do not stop your operations. Stop what you're doing just to get a document in the middle of an operation. What I would like, Mayor, if you would follow the charter as to contacting me, I would willingly run, and everyone knows me, that I would willingly run to provide you with the assistance. But to stop staff and intimidate staff, it is not appropriate. I am just fully asking you to let me do my job, let me direct my staff, and come to me. And if you can do that, it would allow us to run more efficiently.
So, Madam City Manager, so the direction to staff is that they are not to comply with or respond to requests from any elected official, and that all of the requests have to come directly from you, and any employee disregarding that directive will face immediate disciplinary action. Is that correct?
Again, within the proper context, staff is to advise elected officials to come to the city manager and not stop their current operations just to adhere to a request. I need my staff to run efficiently. In order to do that, it means following the charter, Mayor.
Madam City Manager, I did request RFP 26-21 because it's part,
Point of order.
Madam.
I'd
hold
like
on.
to make a motion, Mayor. I'd like to
Pro
make a
Tem,
motion
Mayor
that we
Pro Tem,
continue
Mayor-
with
Mayor
the
Pro Tem,
meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem, I will acknowledge you in just one moment. Thank you.
Point of
City
order.
Manager, Madam-
Point of
Mad-
order. Point of order means that you stop.
No,
Okay?
it does
Point of
not.
order.
I'm
When I
running the
make a
meeting,
point of order,
and
the
I
chair
appreciate-
has to stop, according to Robert's Rules of
I
Order.
have to acknowledge you.
No, you do not.
Yes,
Point of order
I
means you
actually
stop.
do. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. I will acknowledge you in one moment. Madam City Manager, can I have RFP 26-21? That's the only thing that was on the consent agenda that was not provided for.
That was sent to you, Mayor.
At what time? If I missed it, I apologize. I apologize on that end. Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Your point of order?
The point of order was that we continue with, we were in a motion, we haven't even had a motion,
We have not.
so we will continue with this meeting. I know that we have decided that we wanted our meetings to end between 9:30 and 10, and we do not need to spend a half an hour on this.
So what is your motion?
The motion was for you to stop and
Is there-
allow the meeting to go on. That was the motion. The motion was for the chair to, in fact, if you would like for me to make a motion, I'd like to make a motion that we continue with the meeting.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
City Manager, in regards to that agenda item, so that information was provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir, it was.
all right. And I see the RFP, the bid tabulation in the packet here as well,
Yeah, the tabulation's there.
and with the amounts and the cost. Yes, let's see.
All right.
I have another addition.
Councilmember Gay, that wouldn't be appropriate at this time because we're in discussion on moving the meeting forward. Just
All right.
hold off 1 second. All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Councilmember Gay?
Under regular business.
No, what was your motion? What was your vote?
I said-
She said aye.
I
Okay,
said-
all right, thank you. That is unanimous. All right, so now back to the amendments.
Under regular business,
Yes, sir.
item E. This agenda was approved at the October 20th, 25 City Council meeting. I'd like to add, and it's a budgeted item. Clerk, and it's a budgeted item.
All right. right, is there a motion on the amendments?
This last amendment here,
All of the amendments.
Should we take them separately?
I think we need to take them separately, so we don't get.
Okay, well, somebody needs to make a motion.
I motion we take them separately, just to make sure everyone's on
Second.
the same page here.
All right, Councilmember Carn has made a motion to handle the amendments separately. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. What's the next motion?
She's gonna read each amendment separate.
I think the motion needs to come from the body.
So it was to have O and P, 9O and 9P.
Councilmember McKenzie, is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to add or to change 9O and 9P to this is sponsored by the city attorney and not Councilman Roderick Gay.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
I'd like to make a motion for item 9A. It should include that it's sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold, and the amount is $112,000.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right,
I'd like to make a
that is
motion.
unanimous. Councilmember Carn, go right ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to include consent agenda item 9N in the consent agenda, being that the information was provided.
It's already there.
It's already there. We don't have to do anything.
Is there a second?
We don't have to second it. It's already there.
Madam City Manager, I still don't have the email, so if Mr. Jones could resend it, I would appreciate it. But that motion dies for a lack of a second. Any other amendments?
Motion to add, this is a budget item to item regular business 9E. This is a budgeted item.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Any other amendments? Hearing none. Item 3,
Approval of the agenda.
is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Item 4A, workshop session minutes dated October 20th, 2025.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
I abstained.
Agenda item
I'm sorry.
4B.
I apologize. I thought I heard Councilmember Arnold.
She was.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Aye.
All right, so Councilmembers McKenzie, Carn, and Gay voted in favor. Councilmember Arnold abstained. Is there a motion to approve the regular session minutes from October 20th?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions?
Aye.
All right, so Councilmembers McKenzie, Carn, and Gay approved, and Councilmember Arnold abstained. The motion passes.
Next item 5A, introduction of new employees in the month of October 2025.
It's real close. Y'all may want to go this way.
Oh, I was getting here before.
It's closer than it's going.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I would like to ask all new employees for the month of October to come down front and introduce themselves.
Hey, my name is Firefighter Adja, Raekwon Adja, and it's nice to meet every one of you.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Ashton Gafar. I'm a firefighter paramedic. Very happy to be here.
How you doing, everybody? My name is Jose Fernando Mendoza for College Park Police Department.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Hammond. I'm interim finance director.
My name is LeVar Johnson. I'm from Buffalo, New York. Go Bills. Very happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Code Enforcement Supervisor, Wendell Mosley, and it's good to be here.
I'm going to switch you with that firefighter right here. Could y'all switch places? Yeah, two guys. You like to put the shorter people on this end?
Oh, short people on here?
Yeah. There we go. All right, now we're working out. Joe. Good. All right, group, here we go. On three. 1, 2, and 3. Good. Again, 1, 2, and 3. Last time, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Now for the Employee of the Month. This employee joined the City of College Park in April 2012 and has consistently exemplified leadership, dedication, and compassion, both within the department and throughout the community. Most recently, while traveling off duty with his family to Florida for vacation, he encountered a serious motor vehicle accident. Without hesitation, he stopped and rendered assistance. His courage, quick thinking, and selfless service in that moment exemplify the very best qualities of a first responder. Placing the safety and well-being of others above his own, even while off duty and outside his community. His willingness to act during a moment of crisis reflects not only his professionalism, but also his deep commitment to service as a way of his life. His actions brought great credit to himself, our department, and the City of College Park, while making meaningful impact on the lives of those affected. He is a true testament to our department's core values, honor, duty, and service. Please join me in congratulating Sergeant Derek Riggins on this well-deserved recognition.
All right, group. Everybody line that's right. Perfect. All right, on three. 1. There you go. Actually, and then there we go. On three. 1, 2, and 3. Again, 1, 2, and 3. Great smiles. Perfect.
Item 5C is proclamation recognizing Dr. Jaceel Young Jock Robinson. This is sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Jamel McKenzie.
All right. Okay. Gives me great pleasure today to acknowledge this gentleman who I have come to know and to love, and I'm so happy to have him working with us in partnership here in the City of College Park. And so this proclamation reads, City of College Park Proclamation of Recognition honoring Jazeel Amon Young Jock Robinson. And I'm going to call you Young Jock for now. Doctor, excuse me. Whereas Dr. Robinson, professionally known as Young Jock, is a Grammy-nominated hip-hop artist, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and civic leader from Atlanta, Georgia, who rose to international prominence with his chart-topping debut single, It's Going Down, and album New Jock City. And whereas his artistry and influence extended through multiple Billboard charting singles, including I Know You See It, Bottle Poppin', and Coffee Shop, as well as acclaimed performances in film, television, radio, notably as co-host of Atlanta's #1 morning show, Young Jock and the Streets Morning Takeover on Streets 94.5 FM. And whereas in 2025, Dr. Robinson was appointed as an Atlanta agent for the Mayor's Office of Film, Entertainment, and Nightlife, underscoring his continued commitment to serve as a bridge between culture, business, and civic engagement within Atlanta's entertainment ecosystem. And whereas, beyond his success in entertainment, Dr. Young Jock has demonstrated extraordinary dedication to community advancement as a philanthropist and entrepreneur, investing in Metro Atlanta real estate and launching initiatives and looking to do something in College Park that strengthen families, youth, and neighborhoods. And whereas, through his Southside Day event, Dr. Robinson has distributed more than 2,000 laptops and tablets to youth and families, and his collaboration with Next Level Boys Academy through the Next Level Hustlenomics initiative has empowered young men with financial literacy, entrepreneurship, trade skills. And whereas his outstanding civic service has been recognized by numerous local, state, and national institutions, including a resolution from the state of Georgia, a 404-day proclamation from the city of Atlanta, honoring him as an ATL legend, proclamations from the cities of Atlanta, College Park, Fulton County, and South Fulton, the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, the Black Excellence Lifetime Achievement Award from the 18th Congressional District of Texas, a certificate of recognition from the state of Texas, the TGHT Humanitarian Award, recognition by the Pearls at Work Foundation for Charitable Leadership, and an honorary doctorate of philosophy in music and arts from Leaders Esteemed Christian Bible University. And whereas, through his cultural leadership, economic investment, mentorship, and unwavering commitment to his community, Young Jock exemplifies what it means to give back to the city that raised him, inspiring future generations to use their gifts for the betterment of others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Dr. Jamel McKenzie, Mayor Pro Tem, on behalf of the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, do hereby recognize and commend Dr. Jazeel Amon Young Jock Robinson for his outstanding contributions to music, business, and civic service, and I proclaim this day as Young Jock Appreciation Day in the City of College Park. In witness thereof, I set my hand along with the Mayor and City Council and cause the seal of the City of College Park to be affixed this third day of November 2025. And let us all He's going to just say a word and then we'll take a picture.
I just want to take the time to say thank you again for acknowledging me. I want to take the time to say thank you to the City of College Park for acknowledging me and my efforts. But it goes further beyond me. I have to take the time to say shout out to my team who's with me present as well. These people have been by me, standing beside me, telling me do more in the community. The community is where it's at. You know, it's good to be an entertainer, but it's better to entertain what's real. And that's why I'm here today. So I've got a lot of proclamations, as you heard her read, but this one means a lot because I've never stood in the front of the City of College Park, a city that raised me, a city that I've given back to. So this means a lot more than most accolades that I've ever gotten. So again, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and to the City of College Park very much.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Roderick Gay, Ward 4 City Councilman, and we're going to give a couple proclamations to about 5 people, but it's going to go relatively fast, but I may need help. Just help me read it because I can't read all of it, so I'm going to need the city manager to help me read these, if you don't mind. But while she comes, I want to make a couple comments. So Ward 4, the 4th ward in the city, is one of the unique wards in the country, or at least in our region, because I moved here in 1998 with my family. I had only one son. I got 3 children. And Ward 4 was where prominent African Americans and whites, but mostly prominent African Americans, the first of their kind, the first ever flight attendants, the first ever airline people. We have our first sheriff of Fulton County. And why that's important is because I was honored and still honored to have been able to serve them as their steward. But it also should make a good testimony tonight, because when I got elected, nobody was really involved in voting except for this constituency. They were very concerned about the efforts. And they weren't quite understanding me. They hadn't quite been open to me. But what you'll see tonight is that aside from politics, service goes beyond politics. And so in the term of a lot of these people's lives, as well as mine, I'm honored to serve them. I have been more than honored. If you come on Herschel Road, you'll see a mural. It's just a partial list of some of the amazing people, black and white and Latino, that have passed through the mighty Ward 4. So tonight I'm going to be honored to give you guys this proclamation. And I mean that from my family and the bottom of my heart. So you're going to help me read some of this stuff? So the first one is going to be Miss Shirley Robinson. Can you come down, Miss Robinson? She here? Did Ms. Robinson come tonight? Let's give her a hand. While Ms. Robinson is coming, let me let y'all know that Ms. Robinson, if you don't mind, she's battling terminal stage cancer. But she's a testimony tonight. Ms. Robinson is the face of the senior tax exemption bill that's on our ballot. This is the woman who came to me and said, "Council member, why should I pay city property tax and I'm exempt from Fulton County tax?" Well, that became a 3-year struggle. The governor signed it 3 times. So, Ms. Robinson, thank you for your courage and for everything that you do.
whereas Mrs. Shirley Robinson was born August 6, 1940, and at 82 years old continues to be a shining example of resilience, leadership, and service. And whereas Mrs. Robinson lived in Washington, D.C. for 12 years, where she served her country working with the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the United States Justice Department, demonstrating exceptional professionalism and commitment. And whereas after her time in Washington, she moved to the city of College Park in 1979, where she quickly became a beloved, respected member of the community. And whereas Mrs. Robinson dedicated more than 30 years to General Motors, making history as the first black female supervisor at Lakewood Assemble Plant, breaking barriers and opening doors for generations to follow. And whereas, as a longtime resident of College Park, Mrs. Robinson has devoted more than 4 decades to uplifting the community she proudly calls home. And whereas in 2022, Mrs. Robinson championed the effort to add the tax-exempt program to the ballot in the city of College Park, leading a movement that has protected homeowners and allows residents, especially seniors, to remain in their homes with dignity. Whereas, through her advocacy and unwavering commitment, she has helped ensure that citizens are informed, supported, empowered in matters that directly impact their homes and financial well-being, and therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council of the City of College Park that Shirley Robinson be honored for her extraordinary contribution and her unwavering fight for equity, access, and community empowerment, proclaimed this 3rd day of November 2025.
Group home three, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2.
I would like to say thank you. I hope everybody go out and vote for the thing. If you're not 65, keep living, you will be. So make sure if you have not already voted, please go vote tomorrow.
The next young lady that's coming up is actually my wife's favorite. And she told me, she says, listen, when are you going to give her proclamation, Roger? She's 90 already. But she's my neighbor of many years, and not only that, but she's a legend in this community. She goes Tresen's Ward 4. And so we're honored to bring Miss Geraldine Lewis, if y'all help her up.
Whereas Geraldine Lewis was born on March 20th, 1932, and raised in College Park, Georgia, where she grew up grounded in strong family values, faith, and a commitment to community service. And whereas, as a devoted wife and mother, she and her beloved husband, the late James A.C. Lewis, built a loving home and raised 11 children, instilling in them the importance of education, leadership, and service to others. And whereas Mrs. Lewis was actively engaged in the College Park and Fulton County communities, generously contributing her time and talents to church ministries, civic organizations, and local educational efforts. Whereas she dutifully served on the Fulton County Board of Education and volunteered at E.R. Simmons Elementary School, where her dedication and passion helps support student success. And whereas Mrs. Lewis served as a loving caregiver, foster parent, and advocate for the well-being of children in need throughout Georgia, extending her home and her heart to ensure they were nurtured and supported. And whereas a trailblazer in entrepreneurship, she established and operated a child care center and a nursing home facility that provided quality care and employment opportunities within the community. And whereas her service extended beyond Georgia, including her time in Salt Lake City, Utah, where she continued her volunteer leadership and strengthened community partnerships. And whereas through unwavering faith, compassion, and selflessness, Geraldine Lewis has a legacy of love, kindness, and dedication to family, neighborhood, and all those whose lives she touched. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council of the City of College Park, do hereby honor Geraldine Lewis for her life as a shining example of community leadership and service, proclaimed this third day of November 2025.
I would like to thank everybody that came out. Thank the City of College Park. We've come a long way. And I born here, lived all my life here, and you couldn't find a better place during the time that we were raising children and taking care. It was a village that took care of the kids. And in my lifetime, and since I've been here. So thank you, College Park, and Mr. Gay.
You want to get some pictures with this family? Yeah. Come on up, y'all. Come on. Okay. This way.
All right, here we go, on three. One.
Come on, it's wide, You're not getting away tonight.
If you're in the family or want to be in the family, come on down. All right, group, on three. One, two, and three. Again, one, two, and three. Last time, one, two. Great smile.
I want to also thank y'all for y'all's patience. This is like a one-in-a-lifetime thing, so thank y'all for your patience. I really appreciate it. So we only have two more things. This third one is one of our leaders in the community. And when I say she's a leader, she's truly a leader. I mean, she commands loyalty from her constituents. She's a beautiful lady. We run against each other, and to those who are trying to find their way to bridge the gap, let Ward 4 tonight be an example of how people come together and they put politics to the side, and it's about community. So I'm honored now to give this proclamation to Miss Eleanor Cornelius. Oh, wait. I am so sorry. Miss Eleanor Willis just got married. I am so sorry, sir. Please forgive me. It's just a habit. Come on down, young man. Come on, tell him, come on down. All right.
Whereas Mrs. Eleanor Dean Willis, a proud Ward 4 resident of more than 41 years, has dedicated over 40 years of her life to a distinguished career in education, and throughout her life's work she has remained committed to community enrichment with a strong focus on effective advocacy, social change, and equity. And whereas Mrs. Willis's passion for social impact opened the door for her to serve on the Business Industrial Development Authority, BIDA, first selected as appointee by the late Councilman Charles Phillip in 2013, with her service continued under the appointment of Councilman Roderick Gay. And whereas during her tenure with BIDA, Mrs. Eleanor Dean Willis served as chairperson in 2017, 2019, and again in 2020, championing enhanced policy measures, including key revisions to the VITA handbook that strengthen procedures and the responsible use of VITA properties for the betterment of the community. And whereas Mrs. Willis has demonstrated ongoing dedication to civic engagement by serving as the neighborhood watch captain, assistant poll manager in local elections, and active volunteer for the Ignite Resource Center, while currently serving as Dean Willis for newly formed Youth Civic Advisory Board, YCAB. And whereas her deep community service extends beyond College Park, as reflected through her involvement with Friendship Community Church, Know Your Neighbors, South Metro Democratic Women's Council, Brookview's Retired Teachers, South Fulton Retired Educators, and her esteemed membership in Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc., and now therefore be incorporated. Apologies. And therefore be it proclaimed that I, Roderick Gay, Councilman of Ward 4, and on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem and Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, do hereby recognize and honor Mrs. Eleanor Dean Willis for her unwavering commitment to education, civic engagement, and community empowerment, and for being a shining example of leadership, advocacy, and service throughout the City of College Park and beyond, proclaimed this third day of November 2025.
I certainly appreciate this award coming from Councilman Roderick Gay. Thank you, Councilman Gay, and the City of College Park, Mayor and the Council. I do love College Park. I've been here for over 41 years, and I've tried to be actively involved in the community. And with that being said, I'm going to have my friends and family to come on over so you can get in the picture. South Metro, Councilman Willis, come on. You all come on quickly. Quickly. Come on, South Metro. Come on.
Thank you, Councilman Gay, for honoring Ms. Cornelius. I want to thank you for your leadership in leading the South Metro Democratic Women's Council. It's an organization that I chartered over a decade ago, and you've done an amazing job holding it together, building it, and encouraging women to run for office and encouraging people to vote. You deserve this, and I'm so proud of you.
Tilt that forward again for me, just there. All right, group, on three. 1, 2, and 3. Young man here, come back towards me. The gentleman right here. The newlyweds, there we go. 1, 2, and 3. Again, 1, 2, and 3. Last time. Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Madam Clerk. Okay, this next to last recipient of the proclamation this evening is no other than Miss Ramona Coco Bright. And while Miss Coco is coming down, is she here? Coco's here? So Miss Coco, the proclamation will tell you more about her, but this is also to those of you who still trying to find your way. It's someone who we were at odds for years. We ran against each other. But here again tonight, we ran against Eleanor. But we come together as a community, and we put our politics aside. And so Ms. Coco told me the other day, she said, buddy, let me tell you, it might be a good thing I didn't win, because I wasn't going to do nearly the much stuff as you've done. So come on, Ms. Coco. Come on right here. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you for a young girl.
Whereas Ms. Ramona Coco Bright became a homeowner in Ward 4 in December 1979 while working with the Georgia Department of Labor as an administrative hearing officer. And whereas throughout her impactful career with the Georgia Department of Labor, Mrs. Bright dedicated herself to bringing vital federal programs and employment opportunities to Georgia's workforce, exemplifying professionalism, leadership, and compassion. And whereas upon retirement, Ms. Bright continued her legacy of public service by joining the Georgia International Convention Center, GICC, as one of the City of College Park. Whereas Ms. Bright has been a tireless community advocate, radio personality, speaker, and leader who engaged in numerous programs, trainings, and advisory committees. Whereas her leadership and commitment to excellence also extended to developing customer service training for employees at Georgia International Convention Center, ensuring quality service for visitors and residents alike. And whereas Ms. Bright retired from the City of College Park in August 2022 after 15 years of dedicated service, leaving behind a remarkable legacy of integrity, professionalism, and community pride. And whereas Coco's grace, kindness, and zest for life have left enduring memories and inspire and encourage all who know her, she continues to be a beacon of service promoting College Park's initiatives and embodying the very spirit of the city she loves. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor Pro Tem and City Council of the City of College Park, do hereby recognize Ms. Ramona Coco Bright for her decades of distinguished service, leadership, and unwavering dedication to the betterment of her community. Proclaimed this third day of November 2025.
I'm humble and without words, I think. Thank you, Councilman Gay, for this recognition. It was hard work, but I tried to piece together the whole community, not only our neighbors, but the people who facilitate us, our service people, police, fire, everybody to come to one accord. Thank you so much, and thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Anybody here from the GICC? Giannis? Is Giannis in there? Yes. Come on down, Giannis. again, I appreciate you all's time and patience, but these are like members we won't get again. Before I announce these two people, you wouldn't believe that right here in the city, well, you can, because we are College Park, but right here in College Park, we have national acclaimed music, ballet, artistic directors, nationally known all over the world, right here in College Park. And like I said, Ward 4 was the home of the first. So with no further ado, clerk, if I will get you to help me once again to honor these two esteemed people. And tell them the name of the dance company is Balletnik. Balletnik. And every Christmas, Corn and I go and see the Nutcracker. Morehouse.
Okay, I might struggle. We'll try this. Whereas Waverly T. Lucas II is a distinguished artist, educator, and visionary who attended Marygrove College in Detroit, Michigan, where he received the name and concept for the renowned Balletnik Dance Company, where he co-founded with his wife, Nina Gilreath. And whereas Mr. Lucas's artistic journey includes performances with Dance Theater of Harlem, Atlanta Ballet, and Heartstrings National Tour, through his extraordinary creativity, he has choreographed over 50 ballets, including 4 full-length works: Urban Nutcracker, The Leopold Tale, Flying West, the Ballet, Epiphany, Another Moment of Gospel Ballet and Jazz, and Jazz Sleeping Beauty. And whereas, as the creator of Balletnik Size, a groundbreaking fitness discipline merging African dance and ballet, Mr. Lucas has taught and shared his expertise globally, including in Brazil, Portugal, Tanzania, and across Europe at prestigious institutions such as the Holland Dance Festival, Dutch National Ballet Academy, and National Ballet School of Canada. And whereas he established the Danzor Development Project for young males and has choreographed for the Atlanta Opera, Aurora Theater, and numerous other artistic organizations, expanding access to cultural arts and education. And whereas Mr. Lucas has received numerous honors, including the Princess Grace Scholarship and the TBS Trumpet Award for Dance Choreographer, together with his wife, Nina Gilreath, he was recognized as a Lexus Leader of the Arts by Georgia Public Broadcasting and received the Atlanta NAACP President's Award for their impact on youth. And whereas his film credits include Till, Miss Evers' Boys, Crush Groove, Games in Black and White, and Glorious Days and Nights, showcasing his artistic influence beyond the stage. And whereas he earned his MA in choreology from the Irish World Academy of Music and Dance, producing 30-year timeline of Balletnik, a legacy and contributions to dance culture. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Lucas was commissioned by the City of Atlanta to create Opposites Attract and Distract, blending ballet and African dance, and his choreography was featured in Reframing the Narrative at the Kennedy Center. And whereas through his lifelong commitment to merging cultures, empowering youth, and elevating the art of dance, Waverly T. Lucas II continues to enrich communities locally and globally. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council of the City of College Park do hereby recognize and honor Waverly T. Lucas II for his outstanding contributions to the performing arts, education, and cultural innovation, proclaimed this 3rd day of November 2025.
All right, behind every man there's a great woman, right? Yes. So when we wanted a safe home to live, affordable, we moved to College Park. College Park chose us. So thank you, Councilman Roderick Gay, all of College Park. It's a great place to live and work and play.
Yeah. What she said.
On three, one. Councilman McKenna, put your mouse over here. This one, there you go. Slow down. On three, one, two, and three. See me again. One, two, and three. Last time, one, two,
No, but I can read it. I can pull it up on my computer and read it. Yes.
Is the Reverend Richard Langford in the house? Bishop, Dr. Richard. Would you please come down, sir? And this is truly an honor. For those of you who don't know, this is a legacy here tonight. He's a great man, a great leader, a great father, a great minister, a great friend, a great neighbor. And there are people here also who come to support you. Will you stand up? Everybody's coming to support Mr. Langford. Okay. So y'all just come on down now. Just come on down. Come on, y'all. Let's come on down now. Everybody, come on. We're going to take a picture anyways. Kelly, y'all just come on down and fill this space up. To be able to have these many people to come out on a Monday night to support you says a lot about you.
Sir, I need my laptop to read this.
This is his beautiful wife and his handsome son. Come on, y'all. Everybody just crowd along. Ronnie, come on. Come on. Sheriff Labat, can you come down, young man?
Councilman. I have it on my, I'm going to read from here. Yes, sir.
Okay. Running on. Okay.
Ready? Okay.
Ready? Okay, we got to get the confirmation. It's going to be read from my clerk.
Whereas Richard L. Jr., a native of Chicago, Illinois, distinguished himself through a lifelong commitment to public service, ministry, law enforcement, and community leadership, and whereas he earned a scholarship to Chicago State University, formerly Chicago Teachers College, where he majored in mathematics and minored in music, later using his education and talents to uplift and mentor others, and whereas Reverend Langford answered the call to ministry in 1977, was ordained in 1978, and began his pastoral career in 1979, serving faithfully as pastor of several churches including Mount Moriah Baptist Church, Mount Olive Baptist Church, Springfield Baptist Church, and Zion Hill Baptist Church, and whereas he was appointed bishop of the Atlanta International Christian Praise Center, where he preached the gospel and conducted revivals across the United States, Africa, and Europe, touching countless lives. And whereas his law enforcement career, he made historic strides as a deputy sheriff, captain, and ultimately as sheriff of Fulton County, Georgia, becoming the first African American to be elected to the sheriff's position in the history of the state of Georgia. And whereas during his tenure, Sheriff Langford managed a department of over 900 employees, oversaw a $50 million budget, and developed one of the largest and most respected reserve law enforcement organizations in the nation, earning the trust and admiration of both his peers and community. And whereas Bishop Langford's extensive service, including leadership and membership in the numerous organizations such as the Georgia Sheriff's Association, the NAACP, the Concerned Black Clergy of Atlanta, and the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, as well as serving on boards including the Georgia Association of Security Personnel and the Butler Street YMCA. And whereas his achievements have been recognized through numerous awards, including the Dr. Martin Luther King Junior Drum Major for Justice Award in Government, the Presidential Achievement Award from the Georgia Association of Black Elected and Pioneer in Law Enforcement Award from National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and whereas Bishop Langford was married to the former Jacqueline J. Jones of Atlanta, with whom he shared a loving family of 4 children, 14 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild, and together they serve faithfully in ministry and community leadership. And whereas his legacy stands as a testament to faith, perseverance, integrity, and service, uplifting generations with a vision of what God can do through a life dedicated to purpose and excellence. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council of the City of College Park, do hereby recognize Richard B. Langford for his outstanding service, spiritual leadership, and groundbreaking contributions to law enforcement and the community, proclaimed this 3rd day of November 2025.
Thank you very much. It's very dangerous to ask the preacher to give remarks. My precious wife and I this year celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary. "46 of those years have been on Lakeshore Drive, College Park in Ward 4. I love College Park, to our mayor, to our Mayor Pro Tem, our city council, and to my city councilman, Roger Gay. That's right, give him a hand. Roger Gay is a handful, but he is a handful that has gotten so many things done in Ward 4. I am proud of him. I want to thank my family and my friends. Certainly I give honor to God, to all of the members of the Sheriff's Department who were there, to my sheriff, Sheriff Patrick Labatt. Won't you give him a hand, please? And of course, to my precious companion, not behind or in front of, but beside every great man, there's a great woman. Somebody said, "Are you going to ever run again?" I said, "No, I'm going to leave that to the younger folk now." I said, "But understand this, my wife and family sacrificed for years so that I could be in public office. The rest of my years belong to them and to the citizens of this great city." Thank you so much for this honor, Councilman Gay. I appreciate you. May God bless all of you.
If we can back up a little bit more. All right, here we go, group. Where's the arm? Get on the shoulder. All right, on 3. 1. Absolutely.
Here's one. That works. Don't zoom in.
Yeah, I can't read. Carol, lay down. No, yeah. Keep going. Just hold it up. All right, groups, on 3. 1, come up here. 1, 2, and 3. Chins up. Good. Yeah, are you young man in the back, Mr. Karn? Go this way just a bit. There you go, right there. 1, 2, and 3. Again. 1, 2, and 3. Last time. 1, 2, and 3. Perfect.
I'm the photographer.
Unofficial. Talk. You gonna sit? Oh, he said he gonna sit. Yeah. Everybody say College Park on 3. 1, 2. Y'all say College Park on 3. 1, 2. Y'all sorry.
PADV. I'll read it. Item 5E is proclamation recognizing Partners Against Domestic Violence, PADV. This item is sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold.
So many of you may remember last month we actually recognized October as Breast Cancer Awareness and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And our representatives actually didn't hear about us doing the proclamation, so we're going to do it again today and recognize Partnership Against Domestic Violence. Domestic violence remains a devastating issue that affects millions of individuals and families across the nation each year. According to national statistics, nearly 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience severe intimate partner physical violence, sexual violence, or stalking in their lifetimes. These numbers are not just statistics, they represent real people whose lives, safety, and futures are deeply impacted by abuse. Organizations like the Partnership Against Domestic Violence play a critical role in breaking this cycle. PADV provides life-saving resources such as emergency shelters, legal advocacy, counseling, and prevention education that empowers survivors to rebuild their lives. Beyond intimate crisis intervention, PADV also works to raise awareness and challenge the cultural norms that allow domestic violence to persist. Supporting organizations like PADV ensures that victims are not alone, that they have a safe place to turn, a community that believes in them, and tools to begin again. Ending domestic violence requires collective effort, compassion, and continued commitment to protecting the most vulnerable among us, which is why the City of College Park presents this proclamation to PADV. And it reads, whereas Partners Against Domestic Violence has been a steadfast advocate for the safety, healing, and empowerment of survivors of domestic violence for over 4 decades. And whereas PADV works tirelessly to provide critical resources, including emergency shelter, legal advocacy, counseling, and community education to break the cycle of abuse and foster hope for individuals and families affected by domestic violence. And whereas the organization's dedication extends beyond direct services, as PADV continues to lead in raising awareness, providing prevention education, and promoting healthy relationships within schools, workplaces, and communities among the region. And whereas the City of College Park recognizes that domestic violence is not a private issue, but a community issue that demands awareness, compassion, and collective attention to ensure every individual can live free from fear and harm. And whereas Partners Against Domestic Violence exemplifies the spirit, service, compassion, and justice through its unwavering commitment to protecting the vulnerable, educating the public, and empowering survivors to rebuild their lives. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council of the City of College Park, do hereby recognize Partners Against Domestic Violence for their outstanding dedication, advocacy, and support for survivors of domestic violence, and that the City of College Park joins PADV in reaffirming its commitment to ending domestic violence and supporting the safety and dignity of all residents. Proclaimed this third day of November 2025.
So first, I just want to say thank you, Councilwoman Arnold, as well as the City of College Park. PADV has been, this is actually our 50th year here in the state of Georgia. We were the first domestic violence agency to open in the state, and we are the largest. We have 2 emergency shelters and can house up to 120 beds in between both shelters. And we always say put us out of business, but until then we are committed to make sure that our survivors have a warm bed and a safe place to return to, and to who are fleeing from abuse. We have over 40 individuals of advocates that work across programs that do this great work each day. And again, thank you so much for honoring PADV.
Item 5F, proclamation recognizing Veterans Day. This item is sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold.
Okay, thank you. This proclamation is for Veterans Day, and it reads, whereas the City of College Park has a proud tradition of honoring those who have served in the armed forces of the United States of America, recognizing their selfless courage, sacrifice, and devotion to the principles of freedom and democracy. And whereas members of the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force have defended this nation in times of war and peace, ensuring that liberty and justice remains the cornerstone of our great country. And whereas the City of College Park has previously demonstrated its gratitude to our nation's service members and their families through community support, recognition, and remembrance, and has been designated a Purple Heart City in honor of those who have been wounded or made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. And whereas the City of College Park proudly joins counties and municipalities across the nation in participating in Operation Greenlight, a campaign that demonstrates visible support and gratitude to our veterans by illuminating city buildings and landmarks in green from November 4th through November 11th. And whereas this initiative serves as a reminder of the courage and commitment of all those who have served, and as an expression of the city's continued commitment to ensuring veterans and their families are recognized, supported, and honored year-round. And whereas the mayor and the city council of the city of College Park wish to further reaffirm the community's deep appreciation and unwavering respect for all veterans, past and present, by recognizing Veterans Day as an official city holiday. And whereas it is fitting that all citizens of the city of College Park come together in unity and gratitude to honor our veterans' service, reflect upon the cost of freedom, and celebrate the spirit of patriotism that strengthens our city and our nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor, mayor pro tem, and city council of the city of College Park, do hereby proclaim November 11th of each year as Veterans Day and designate it a official city holiday for the city of College Park to honor and express heartfelt appreciation to all United States veterans who have served honorably in defense of our country. Be it further resolved that the city encourages all citizens, businesses, and organizations to participate in observance, displaying of green light and acts of service in tribute to our veterans whose dedication ensures that our freedoms ensure for generations to come. Proclaim this third day of November 2025. If there are any veterans in the room, please come forward.
Item 5G, proclamation honoring Dr. Campbell for outstanding professional excellence. This item is sponsored by Councilman Joe Carn.
All right, Dr. Campbell, family, Fulton family, come on down. All right. Long roster today. This is the last one, but certainly not the least. All right, Mom. All right, Mom. Come on down, Mom. We gotta wait on Mom. All right. All right. This is such a great honor and such a momentous and historic occasion for us here. Whereas Dr. Campbell has demonstrated exceptional dedication, leadership, and innovation throughout their professional career, contributing meaningfully to the fields of operations, management, strategic planning, and team development. And whereas Dr. Campbell's commitment to excellence is reflected in her successful oversight of multi-million-dollar budgets, implementation of process improvements, and mentorship of diverse teams across multiple industries. And whereas Dr. Campbell has consistently exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and service, earning the respect of colleagues, clients, and community members alike. And whereas the City of College Park recognizes the importance of celebrating individuals whose work ethic and achievements inspire others and elevate our shared values of progress and collaboration. Now therefore it be proclaimed by the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, do hereby proclaim November 3rd as Dr. Campbell Day in the City of College Park. Let's hear it, y'all.
All right, y'all have hung in there, so my comments are going to be really brief. I just want to thank the mayor, city council, Mayor Pro Tem, just for dreaming big alongside Fulton County Schools to just imagine what all you and your amazing children, our amazing principals and school leaders can do. Thank you to our Board of Education that supports all the things that happen in Fulton County Schools. Thank you all. Keep dreaming big.
Just want to recognize our Fulton County School Board members as well as our outstanding principal, Dr. Otway, College Park Elementary School. Board member Gregory is here, as well as board member Kimberly Dove. All right.
We do proclamations for an hour.
Item number 6, remarks of citizens. First speaker, Demetrius Taylor.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, greetings, greetings. How are you? You don't mind if I remove my jacket? I do note that I do have gifted time granted to me from Ms. Pamela Greer and Mr. Octavio Rose. Thank you. College Park is where it all goes down. We live, work, play in every part of town. College Park is Georgia's front door. College Park, we've got so much in store. That's how I open my Car Chronicle. So since I'm out of the car, honey, today is going to be a Car Chronicle type of condensed version of my comments. So if I'm a little loose in my language, please just, bear with me because I'm trying to not be so serious, but I am going to be as professional as possible, so you're not going to get the profanity that's usually laced that my naysayers to say that I love to do or whatever, trying to put it onto my company or whatever. But I'm going to be as forthcoming as I can. I want to start first with saying congratulations to the committee of the Ward 4 Community Festival. Oh, I'm sorry. That's an alarm. want to give thanks to that because that was such a wonderful, wonderful show of community spirit. It was a great and large takeout that we had there. It was absolutely bigger than the year before. Celebrity endorsements that came and all of the people that we had there. We had a wonderful, wonderful time, and I just want to thank everyone who was involved in the creation and the planning of that. Councilman Roderick Gay, of course, spearheading that. He needs to have all his kudos for that because that was a wonderful time. And I know many of the naysayers are always saying that we have too many of these types of festivals or whatever. However, if you were there, and not criticizing, you would have found out that it had a wonderful spirit. And it brought not just College Park together, but we had people from all across the state of Georgia that came. However, in giving him the praise and welcoming wonderful accolades for such a festive occasion, there's some backlash that come out of there. And it's horrific that such a wonderful occasion is always riddled with backlash and fodder and misunderstandings. And at one particular point when we were praising this woman because she was the light of day, she was the answer to the prayer to get rid of Ada Darren, and at one point she was this everything, and now we are backlashing and saying, oh, down with her, honey, she needs to be fired, and this, that, and the other. Now, I'm going to say that it's no secret that I wasn't a fan of how she got into office, so I'm going to make that clear. However, she's here now, and we're going to make the best of this. But I'm going to say that the treatment that she's been given with this backlash, these horrific comics that's been circulating only online, okay, only online, who the artist is anonymous of some sort. And yet they depict what a lot of folks has considered to have been racial epithets or some kind of racial overtone. And it's supposed to be a political satire. However, it doesn't read well. The optics are off, okay? And so now, Madam City Manager, I personally want to apologize to you, to your face. Because, my opponents and my naysayers have always said that my language and stuff has always been calling you out of your name and this, that, and the other. However, I want to apologize to your face because the treatment that you've been getting, particularly lately, is unwarranted, it is unfair, and I want to say you have stepped into a position where, okay, you may not have the best experience in it, but you're willing to take it on. You take it on head on, and you're willing to do the job. And for that, I will commend you. And it was an example tonight, just in trying to get the thing started to where you had to make clarity of something that was in an email because you felt that you can't do your job properly. And you mentioned the word intimidation. Now, I don't know, I'm not going to allude the context of all that because I don't work here in the city hall. However, for that word to keep circulating over the years that we've had this kind of administration for the last nearly 7 years, that a hostile work environment and intimidation has been the word used in the last almost 7 years, that seems to be an ongoing thing here. So I want to apologize on my behalf for everything that I've done, because from this point on, I want to see how you're going to thrive, because you've become a shining example of how to overcome all of the fodder, especially in recent times, because a mistake was made, because they want to get on you for praising the councilman and saying vote for him, okay? And you may not have known that that was out of your duties at the time, but we've had other not elected officials, but we had other department heads and other supervisors and other people who have done so on social media and things, saying vote for, they can go look it up, okay? And so because of that, we seem to be having hypocritical things going on up in here about how we want to treat our staff and how we want to treat others, and that there is deplorable, all right? I want to say that I want to go to this. The Community Enhancement Funds, and Mrs. Motley Broom, I'm directing this to you directly, because your fodder and your happenstance with everything has always been about what the council is doing with their $900,000. And you keep telling us about the community we deserve and the community. However, The one place that your voice is supposed to be heard, since you keep saying that you're silenced, we don't hear you, and that's with the Housing Authority. We don't hear you about what you're going to do with it, how you're supposed to do whatever. Only time we heard about the Housing Authority is when you was running, when we were running against you back in 2023, and you were talking about the RAD program. We have not seen of you doing anything substantial that's going to make our community better. What about the community that they deserve for those who live over there? I have not seen you do anything with that. And you have $900,000, of which I think somebody said that you spent only $1,300 of it so far. And we all know that those particular funds are allocated from areas that can only be used for community enhancement. They're not coming from areas where we cannot, we question what the funding is. Those particular funds are allotted for community enhancement. So what are you going to do for that, since you keep saying we need to have the community we deserve? And why am I pointing you out is because the motley crew that are your supporters never point you out. They always go to everybody else, but I keep saying it's 5 of them up there. 5 of them. And you're gonna take some of that heat too, because the stuff that you're supposed to do, you're not doing. All right, and I'm here, I'm looking you straight in your face and I'm telling you, the places where your voice is supposed to be heard, it's not. And then you wanna throw yourself where you're not supposed to be heard. Saying that, oh, the public needs to understand and the public deserves the right to be heard. They hear you. We get your newsletter all the time. You got time to where you can filibuster in your report at the end of the day. We hear you. And you do a wonderful job in making sure that you tell everybody how dissatisfied you are and how you're not going to work with this council. And it's a shame, because as the leader and the face of this community, you won't even go to your own councilwoman to do anything for your community. In fact, what we see here is a bumping of heads. And since the first time that you and I and she stood outside of the police station and had that conversation in the parking lot about how I'm looking forward to see how you work together, we have not seen any improvement in that. It's gotten worse. So I'm asking, what's going on? I'm also going to ask you, when are we going to get an apology? Because now that the second time that the city clerk done read this thing into record about you losing this case, you did this publicly, saying that my rights have been violated or whatever, and you may feel that way. I'm not telling you that's not how you should feel. But the case is over, and now I want my money back. As a taxpaying citizen, I want my money back, because we paid for that. And I want a public apology, and we need a public apology from your husband, who stood up here and caused that riot up in here, cursing in here, and got everybody kicked out.
Thank you, sir.
Is that 9 minutes?
That's 9 minutes.
All right, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Karen Jeremy.
Greetings, Council. Thank you so much for having me today. I am so excited to be here. I am Karen Jeremy, and I am the owner, not the owner, because you can't own a nonprofit, as I've said before, but I am the founder, and I am the president of Destination College Park. In addition to that, I have been bestowed the honor of being the president of the College Park Historical Society. And those dual hats that I've been wearing have just been amazing opportunities for me, and I have learned so much about the city. It was so great to see the heroes and legends that have just left, and I hope that we will find a way with the projects that are upcoming to find a way to recognize them in both the museum as well as the historical artifacts that they will hopefully donate to the museum and the Historical Society as they move. I wanted to talk to you today about TCT and TPD, how that money comes about and the things we can do with that money, the things we can't do with that money. There's been a lot of conversation about a quote-unquote slush fund. It is not. TCT stands for Tourism, Convention, and Trade Shows, as well as the TPD stands for Tourism Product Development. Both of those dollars are coming out of the hotel motel tax that visitors and tourists pay into when they come into the city. When they come to this city and they visit our beautiful city, we find that the tourism product development yields a great, I think it's about, we get about 18%, 18%. Please don't quote me on that because I don't have the numbers written down. But of that money, a part of that money is dedicated, TPD money is dedicated, and TCT money. TCT is dedicated to destination marketing. TPD is dedicated to creating things that we can do as a destination. One thing that we are doing with some of that TPD money, I am so excited, is the botanical gardens the Roderick Gay Botanical Gardens that is upcoming. In addition to that, we have the GICC, we have the arena, and so many other things. We hopefully will have a museum if the council approves. We will have a visitor center. There are lots of things and opportunities in College Park to utilize the TPD money. The TCT money will be used, hopefully, to do things like creating a better destination experience for people when they come here, creating goodie bags. There are already an existing partnership with the Atlanta Airport District that is a...
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Hurd. Brandy Hurd and Mario Malcolm also waives his time, so that'll be 6 additional minutes. Thank you both for your time. So I wanted to talk with you about how Destination College Park, who is overseeing the renovation, not running a project, because while I am talented at many things, I am not talented at construction. And so I will not be doing any construction to the train depot. I would leave it to Ms. Miller to identify a proper contractor to do that. And an organization other than Destination College Park will also be overseeing that project once it comes to completion. I am overseeing, partnering with contractors as a consultant to oversee the renovation. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the plans for the train depot. I am so very excited to tell you that the train depot will become a visitor center and it will become College Park Museum. And I'd like to tell you how that came to be. I was speaking with Mayor Pro Tem, and we were talking about the opportunity that there could be for a visitor center directly across the street from MARTA, as people are coming in and out of College Park, especially as we plan for FIFA 2026. And so we talked about it, and Mayor Pro Tem has identified monies, hopefully from TPD, to pay for the renovations of the train depot. And so as we were doing a walkthrough with a potential contractor, as well as with members who were consultants from the Atlanta History Center, we saw that College Park, in fact, has an intact depot museum quality experience that probably was built before the 1890s. And so that floor is intact, the walls are intact. It is just an excellent exhibition of what life may have been like during that time. So I talked with Mayor Pro Tem and the contractor to talk about what could we do with this space, and so we came up with the idea of the College Park Museum. I don't know if that will be the final name, but it's the working name today. And so as we looked at the history of the College Park Museum, I brought this to what I call my focus group, which is the Historical Society. We have an array of members who sit on the board. There are about 11 of us, counting myself, and we represent every district, every ward in College Park. We represent quite a few ethnicities. We have people who have been here for many, many years, and you have someone like me who's only been here 6 years. So there's a wide array of voices in the room. And so as we were doing, I have to give a shout out to Mr. John Duke. Mr. John Duke, as we were talking about where to start the timeline, he said, we have to go back to the original ancestors that were in College Park at its existence. And so I did a little research. I was afforded the opportunity to go to the National Museum of American Indians in Washington, D.C., and I found a plethora of information that was just amazing. I found that the Native Americans, and they prefer, based on what I found out at the Native American Indian Museum, they prefer to be called American Indians, and I did not know that. So that was really telling for me. So what I found that is that that College Park is on ancestral land for the Muskogee Creek Indians. I was floored. And there's even documentation that Governor Lumpkin, who was the governor at the time, during the 1870s and 1890s, said that College Park, that we're going to clear all of the native Indians out of this area that we call College Park, and they became a part of the Trail of Tears. And so we actually have people who were indigenous to College Park who actually were a part of the Trail of Tears, and they still exist today. Their ancestors do. Their ancestry still exists today in Oklahoma. I mean, it was just a fascinating thing. If you're a nerd like me, you really, really love this type of stuff. And I also found out that we have trails. There's a whole initiative that has been done, and I have to give a shout out to Garland Watkins. He has done such an amazing job in keeping the history of College Park alive. And what he shared with me, he gave me a great starting point about a railroad. And so I went to find out, and the railroad that was here is called the Atlanta and West Point Railroad. And I was like, that's fascinating. Let me find out, what were they doing? A question was asked of me, did they carry human chattel? They did not. Not legally, that is. And there's no documentation that they did, because College Park was long after the about abolition of slavery. But what they did was, this particular line differed from the Hapeville line, in that the Hapeville line was the coal train. And the only trains that went through College Park, which was at the time the hip new part of metropolitan Atlanta, were steam engines and electric trains. So College Park has a history of steam engines, which was at the time considered to be extremely revolutionary. Thank you so much for your time.
Allison Blue.
And I am being gifted my time from Councilman Carn. My name is Allison Blue, Rugby Avenue, Ward 1. And good evening, City Manager. Good evening, City Attorney, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and Council members. I want to begin by expressing how truly grateful I am for the opportunity for Hospital in Your Home to partner with the City of College Park. The partnership represents something powerful, a genuine investment in the health, dignity, and independence of our seniors in the City of College Park. For over 40 years, I've worked in healthcare, and I've seen how easily seniors can fall through the cracks, not because they don't care about their health, but because the system can be overwhelming, confusing, and sometimes disorganized. What we are building here through the partnership is a bridge between medical care, social resources, and real community support. Our mission at Hospital in Your Home is to manage the overall care of seniors by coordinating services, linking them with the right providers, and giving them access to tools and education that help them stay healthy and independent at home. We're not here to replace anyone's doctor. Again, we're not here to replace anyone's doctors. We're here to make sure that no one slips through the cracks between appointments. That leads me to what I'm most excited about tonight, and that is the kickoff of our Wise and Well initiative right here in College Park. On Thursday, November 13th, from 1 to 4 at the Keith James Auditorium, we will officially launch Wise and Well. It's our platform for connecting seniors to health care coordination, chronic care management, and community-based resources that support aging in place. Now, let me be clear. This will not be a one-time event. It is the beginning of an ongoing movement in College Park. Wise and Well is about bringing education, prevention, and advocacy directly to where seniors live, their neighborhoods, their homes, their city. It's about helping people understand their benefits, manage their chronic conditions, and take charge of their health before it becomes a crisis. We'll have health screens there, interactive sessions, educational material, music, a little movement, a little fun, light refreshment, because after all, wellness should be fun, not just clinical. It's going to be an afternoon of empowerment, connection, and information, and our goal is simple. Every senior in College Park can remain wise about their health and well in their home. Now, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge some key people who helped make this possible. First, Mayor Pro Tem Jamel McKenzie. Jamel, I want to thank you personally and publicly for your openness and your vision. You did not just welcome this idea, you embraced it. You understood that this just isn't a program for Ward 1, but for all the wards in the city, for every senior across every ward. You've always been a champion for those voices that weren't heard, for our seniors, our caregivers, our communities workers, who show up every day to make life better for others. Your commitment to serving people where they are and your constant presence in this community make you stand out as a leader who leads with both strength and compassion. Thank you for standing in the forefront and for caring for those who need it most. And thank you for partnering with Hospital in Your Home in this mission to serve. Now, I also want to recognize our city manager, Ms. Lindell Miller. Ms. Miller, I see the work that you're doing. I see the challenges that you're faced with. And I see the grace and the professionalism with which you handle both. You accepted this role during a time when the city was in transition, and instead of shrinking back, you stepped forward. You have a background rich in leadership, planning, and project management, and that's reflected in the way you've carried yourself, calm, capable, and forward-thinking. You brought stability where it was needed most. I want to remind you tonight that you have citizens who support you and who recognize your hard work. The test isn't whether you stumble, it's whether you stand back up, and you, Ms. Miller, have stood tall. Thank you for your continued service to College Park and for helping us make our city stronger and hopefully more united. And finally, I wanted to take a minute to thank also and commend Councilman Roderick Gay for his vision and persistence in bringing forward the concept of the Roderick Gay Botanical Gardens. I wasn't at the opening, but I did see the pictures and the photos with the excitement that was seen by those who were in attendance. What he's creating is more than a garden, it's a legacy. It's a space that will attract visitors, families, and students to the south side of Atlanta. It's an opportunity for economic growth, environmental preservation, and community pride. Botanical Garden brings life. It's a place where people can breathe, walk, reflect, connect with nature. The kind of project that takes courage, creativity, and a long view of the city's future. And I wanted to thank him personally for being bold enough to dream it and determined enough to see it through. College Park deserves visionary leadership. And this is a prime example of that vision coming to life. So tonight, as I close, I want to leave this message. Despite all the conversations, the debates, the controversies that may swirl around us, let's remember why we are here. We are here to serve people, to uplift our community, to create spaces where everyone, especially our seniors, can live with dignity, wellness, and pride. I'm honored to be a part of this city. I'm proud of the progress that we are making, and I am excited for what's ahead from our
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, Jamel McKenzie.
I'm going to yield my time to Shantae Norwood.
We've lost a quorum.
I don't believe a quorum.
I
Quorum's not
believe we
required
can
for
hear for public comment. That's for actual
Mr. Denmark?
legislation.
As long as we don't
Good
conduct any
afternoon,
business.
everyone. My name is Shantae
Hold on,
Norwood.
Shantae. Okay, what'd you say, Mr. Denmark?
I just said, Madam Mayor, as long as we're not conducting official business, we're fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shantae Norwood. I am a resident of the city of College Park, and I am here to speak on the behalf of a very dear friend of mine, Brandy Hurd. Not only is she a very good, dear friend of mine, she's a woman of God. I like to think of her as an activist. She graces the community with power and outstanding pride. She clothes and feeds a lot of the children that are less fortunate in our neighborhood. The dedication that she displays is like no other. I've never really had a real example of what a hard-working woman is what a hard-working woman is. And she's one of the most incredible examples, I could say. She is one of the most hard-working women, I could say, fulfilling others' jobs when she doesn't have to. I'm talking working in other departments which is not assigned to her duties, but when duty calls, she comes running. She's there for the city of College Park, not just Phillips Park, Barrett Park, or Zoak Park. That's what a supervisor does. Someone that goes over and beyond from sun up to sundown. I've watched her do it, and many of us in this room as well. She volunteers a lot, day in and day out. I've seen this woman exemplify a power that absolutely inspires me, and I know many others. She's a fantastic mother of 6 beautiful children, whom I've grown to love over the years, and she has one granddaughter, Kalani. Let's not forget about Kai. Now, I'm here to speak on her behalf and regarding her contract with the City of College Park, sanitation. I would just like for you guys to consider her contract and employment. And you, Mayor Motley Broom, I want to know why we never see you in our community or nowhere important where jobs are needed, love, compassion, and the promise that you promised us. I never see you anywhere. That's all I want to say. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Kelly, how many minutes were left? How many minutes were left?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if you could direct that toward me, because I'm...
Mayor, how many minutes were left?
Madam Clerk.
We have 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
Okay.
Yolanda Sims.
She's yielding to Jeremy.
Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening.
City officials, thank you very much for being here tonight. And to the crowd, I would like to say to everyone here, good evening.
Good evening.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
I say these three languages as the official languages towards the FIFA 2026 World Cup. The city of Atlanta and the metropolitan area are blessed to receive 8 games, including a semifinal, that will be included here in the metro area to play at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Of course, we'll have 48 countries come here to compete for the ultimate trophy in sports. And with that, as someone who works in the industry, as the only FIFA Master alum from the state of Georgia, and the only one currently residing in the southeastern United States, outside of Miami, I'm very much concerned about what our rest of our metro, including the city of Atlanta, to be fair about, has in store for these games. A little more on my background, like I said. I am the founding partner of Bridge Gap Sports. We are a professional player representation and consulting agency working within soccer across the entire United States, Canada, and Western Europe. On a day-to-day basis, I'm usually more on the side of working with clubs, federations, and other stakeholders involved in government as well, particularly when it comes to soccer. As a College Park resident, I am concerned, very much so, about our preparation for the World Cup games. We're the first stop. We're the first stop economically, the first stop culturally, and the first stop towards what's next coming forward for the metro area in Atlanta in soccer. As someone who has 2 great young clients at Atlanta United right now in the academy, I see the talent on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, the time is yielded, ma'am.
The time is up.
Ma'am, time is yielded.
There is a minute 40 remaining, so that's it.
No, that was never my name. Hold on.
Sir,
Are we at 30
there's
minutes?
There's the.
Thank you very much, and we'll go back to it.
Hold on. Nope, sir.
Ma'am,
Madam
my time
Clerk.
was yielded.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I would like to address the public. The in-person public comment is allowed for 30 minutes, and we have exhausted the 30-minute time. The remainder of the 6 minutes is for emailed public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council Mayor.
First public comment is from Jesse L. Phillips. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to personally thank you again for all voting and agreeing for my street to be renamed for me, especially my sincere thanks to Councilman Gay for the suggestion and motion. I'm grateful to each of you, and I just want to make it that clear to all. I am dealing with many medical issues now, and I don't always have the opportunity to even listen to the meetings online. I emailed a message in to be read at the last council meeting. It was here on time, but for whatever reason, it was not read, so I'm trying again. I have lived in Ward 4 for over 50 years and thought I had a good relationship with all my neighbors. I learned that after the fact that my neighbors on my street were here at the council meetings 2 meetings ago to express that they didn't want the street named changed to my name, and I don't have a problem with them expressing how they feel. If they all feel that way, then I don't want it either, and I thank Councilman Gay for rescind his motion. It's not worth having some of my neighbors not speaking to me and acting like I've done something to them or acting angry with me for no reason. I do have a problem with not having any knowledge about their meeting in the council. No one telling me and trying to express how I felt. Even though I couldn't be here, I could have watched it online and even expressed myself online. I don't need anyone to speak for me. I do very well expressing myself. I certainly wouldn't have done it in a way that made me sound so ungrateful. I'm very grateful to my mayor and council. For your information, some of my neighbors were concerned about changing their address would be costly. I talked with the post office manager, and this is what he told me. It doesn't cost anything to change your address. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to come to the post office. Everything can be done online, and it's done all the time. He even offered to speak and explain it to my neighbors. The community, city, and volunteer service that I've rendered to the city over the years was not an award or to have a street named after me or to even have anyone honor me. I served because I love the city of College Park. I love Ward 4. I've lived here and want to make it a better place wherever, whenever and wherever I can. I know that there are many who can't understand anyone feeling this way. There are givers and takers in this world, and I happen to be a giver. I make no excuses for it, and I wouldn't change for anything. I'm happy, and I'm so blessed. I personally want to thank each of you again for wanting to honor me. I'm so grateful. Just knowing how you feel about me is an honor. Blessings to each of you. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Webster Wallace. To the honorable members of the College Park City Council. My name is Webster Wallace, and I'm writing today in full support of Councilman Gay's Botanical Garden Initiative, a project that represents vision, growth, and genuine investment in the cultural and environmental health of our city. This proposal is not just another beautification effort. It is a transformative opportunity to elevate College Park into a destination community with real ecological, educational, and economic value. Councilman Gay has championed this project with consistency, transparency, and passion. He has taken the time to explain the long-term benefits, engage residents, and outline a plan that enhances our green space while providing our youth and families a place to learn, gather, and take pride in. This is a kind of leadership that builds cities, not just manages them. Contrast that with the inconsistent stance taken by the mayor. It is deeply disappointing that she publicly supported the naming and direction of this project, only to later retract that support once political winds shifted. Leadership requires steadiness, it requires conviction. What we witnessed instead was a retreat into political convenience, and frankly, the residents of College Park deserve better than that kind of wobbling at the top. A botanical garden should be a unifying vision, something every elected official can rally behind. Instead, the mayor's reversal has introduced unnecessary tension and confusion, turning what should have been a collaborative civic achievement into yet another avoidable political hiccup. If the mayor chose to stand back simply because others stood forward, that is not leadership. It is avoidance dressed as neutrality. I want to be very clear. Councilman Gay's work speaks for itself. His commitment is real, it is consistent, and it is grounded in what is best for our residents. A city that rejects good ideas simply because of shifting alliances or fragile egos is a city that holds itself back. We need to be moving in the opposite direction. The Botanical Garden is not just a project, it is a legacy. It is a statement that College Park embraces growth, celebrates innovation, and invests in the kind of public spaces that lift communities to their highest potential. I strongly urge the council to back this project without hesitation and without being swayed by political theatrics. In closing, I ask this council to stand firmly with Councilman Gay and push this transformative vision forward. College Park deserves leaders who can rise above inconsistent positioning and commit to progress with clarity and courage. Let this botanical garden be a symbol of that renewed commitment. Next comment from Rose Stewart. As a woman of God, business owner, and prior human resources director of 20 plus years, I can't help but have a heart that focuses on fair and equitable treatment of all people, and my heart has been grieving. I have come to express my concerns with the way you are handling the employee affairs of our city. While in prayer about tonight's public comment, my Lord led me to Daniel 5:25-28, which is a warning to leadership. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council, be careful how you handle God's children who have been sent to this city as employees and citizens. God is not pleased when you disregard the well-being of those you have been sent to serve. As one of the 6 department heads who were terminated without cause beginning May 2025, and a number of other staff who have lost their jobs or resigned due to coercion, I find it a slap in the face for you to overlook employee concerns that were submitted by letter anonymously and from a finance director who resigned and disregard policy violations.
Thank you. All right, moving on to number 7, public hearings.
Item 7A, request to set a public hearing on November 17, 2025 for a conditional height permit at 3698 East Main Street. This item is requested by Lenice Lyon, City Planner.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present. Madam City Manager, I still do not have the RFP. I don't have it. I don't know what happened, but I don't have it. I don't know if someone else got it, but okay. It was on the mayor and council email, and I don't have it. I've looked multiple times.
Madam Mayor, I was not aware of an update to the agenda packet today. That information was not relayed to me, unfortunately, so I was not able to update the agenda packet to send out that additional information.
So none of us have it.
No, unfortunately, you do not. My apologies.
All right.
But we will staff will work together moving forward and ensure that this does not happen again.
So we don't have the RFP. The number's not in the packet, but it's on the consent agenda, so it's not getting taken off.
I
So,
do have, the numbers are in this packet.
Mayor?
Madam City Manager?
I do see
Mayor,
them
Mayor
here.
Pro Tem, the purchasing manager uploaded the RFP to MinuteTrack. If Ms. Kelly, the city clerk, if you would log on to MinuteTrack, you'll see that the RFP is there. Is that correct? The RFP was uploaded after your request. Is that correct? If the city clerk is to look on MinuteTrack, she'll see that the RFP is there. Is that correct?
Can someone share how much it's for?
It's in our packets. It's
How-
here in
how much is
8N.
it? How much is it?
The amount is, it looks $181,000. It's in our packets. It's in 8N, item 8N, agenda packet. It's right here.
And so what is the scope of the duties? Can someone share that?
It's in the packet as well. It's right here. I can read it.
The language of the RFP is not in
The
there.
scope of duties, as you asked for, is in the packet here. I can read the scope of duties.
The RFP that was sent out is not in the packet. It actually says the RFP wasn't available, but these are the things that we're trying to achieve. So what is this organization doing?
Well, here's the, it's in the packet in 8N. I can read it here. All right.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Carn, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
Madam Clerk,
Point of
could you-
order, Mayor. Point of order.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This
give
is
me one moment.
deliberation. This
It
is
is
deliberation
not.
at this
It is-
time.
it
Yes,
is
it
not.
is. We
Madam
do
Clerk,
not
Madam-
deliberate over the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, it has not been announced yet, and I appreciate it, but Madam Clerk, could you just
no
read
one is
what
under
the
obligation
RFP
to
was?
respond.
Can you just read what it was? What was issued, if you look in MinuteTrack? So we all know what this organization's going to be doing.
Madam Mayor, if you will give me a minute, I need to get my login information.
Sure.
What is this agency? No. Do you know what the agency is? I don't log on. I haven't logged on. Can I just remote access into my computer?
Councilmember Carn, as you were saying, you're looking at the tracker and the ranking sheet, and you're looking at cost calculated as the price?
Which agenda?
No. What I'm looking at in packet, in our packet, in our agenda, item 8N,
Yes.
it does have the ranked sheet from
Yes.
the review.
Yes.
It does have the pricing. You said you did not have the pricing. The pricing is here in the
Where is
packet.
it?
I have repeated again, the pricing for this is, it looks like $181,000 cost calculated in terms of pricing. Also, strategic connection, what this outfit is doing. It says in packet, in agenda item 8N, targeting the underserved populations, seniors, single parents, disabled residents, and low-income households to ensure culturally competent service delivery and access. Number 2, economic resilience. This residential stability program will stabilize housing supports, workforce retention, local economic activity. Apparently, this outfit includes financial counseling and employment referrals, reducing long-term dependency. Number 3, community development, collaborating with local nonprofits, faith-based groups, and housing agencies, using the data to identify high-need areas and track impact. Number 4, sustainability and scalability, designed services that can be scaled or replicated across other neighborhoods, including performance metrics and outcome tracking to support future funding. And the attachment was the summary score sheet with the pricing. It's all in Agenda 8N, item 8N in the agenda.
I have a question for the attorney. Mayor, I have a question for the attorney.
All right, I'll acknowledge you in just one moment. 'Cause
I have a question for the attorney. We are
Mayor Pro Tem?
Are
give
we
me-
to be
Mayor Pro
discussing
Tem, I haven't
consent
acknowledged
agenda
you.
items?
Madam
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Point of order. If one of the legislators that is sitting up here did not have an objection, and I just want to get back to, I want to get back to proper constitutional protocol. When we went over the agenda earlier today, there was a motion made to accept the consent agenda. And it is in my opinion, Attorney Denmark, that this conversation is illegal and out of order at this process because the consent agenda does not require discussion. Am I correct or am I not?
You're correct, Mayor Pro Tem. You've already approved the agenda. You've already approved the consent agenda. This discussion is out of order. You can't. The purpose of the consent agenda, love it or hate it, and some people don't want things on the consent agenda, and that's fine, but the majority of this body approved the consent agenda and every item on it. The consent agenda is not to be discussed. This discussion is out of order. Y'all need to vote the consent agenda up or down, and all this discussion is out of order.
Thank you, Attorney Denmark. So I would like to make a motion for us to accept and approve the consent agenda at this time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you read the consent agenda? Because there have been changes.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, actually, the motions that I recorded, I do not have.
But Madam Clerk, the agenda that was released to the public on Friday has changed.
Oh, yes. Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 8A, consideration of an action on a request to approve invoice from Magnet Forensics Gray Shift LLC, the software for phone forensics and extractions renewal on the amount of $12,410. This item is requested by Connie Rogers, Chief of Police. This item benefits all wards. This is a budgeted item, fiscal year 2025 to 2026, GL account number 100-320-526170, contractual services. Item 8B, consideration of an action to approve the implementation amount of $79,033.86 submitted by Canoom Construction for Ward 3 mural concept, previous approved by council on September 3rd, 2025. This is a budgeted item. Fund Ward 3 Community Enhancement Capital, GL 100, 1100, 54, 71, 83. This item is sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold. Item 8C, consideration of an action on a request to remove and replace the building's damaged fire door and operator in Hall D of the GICC in accordance with city emergency purchase policy, the replacement of the overhead doors at the Georgia International Convention Center, GICC, is being submitted for ratification. This action was necessary due to the urgent nature of the repairs, which posed a risk to facility operations, security, and public safety. The emergency purchase policy allows for expedited procurement in situations where immediate action is required to prevent disruption of essential services or to address safety concerns. Given the critical function of the overhead doors in securing the facility and ensuring access for scheduled events, the purchase was made outside the standard procurement timeline. The cost was $35,256.46. This item is requested by Executive Director Giannis Barner, Fund 555-4970-52-5740 R&M Building. This is a budgeted item. This will service Ward 2. Item 8D, consideration of an action on request to approve Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated invoice for Price Barbershop renovation support in the amount of $10,533.50. This agenda item is requested by Jaquez Garcia, Economic Development Program Manager. This item is a budgeted item, GL account number 221-3250-54-7658. This item services Ward 1. Item 8E, consideration of an action on request to approve Stantec Consulting Services in invoice for planning and environmental assessment in the amount of $11,977.60. This agenda item is requested by Jaquez Garcia, Economic Development Program Manager. This item is a budgeted item, GL account number 221-3250-547658. This item will service all wards. Item F, 8F, consideration of an action on request to approve the award of ITB 26-13 power distribution materials to the two lowest responsive and responsible bidders, Irby Utilities in the amount of $50,085, Wesco International in the amount of $24,340.65. Both vendors submitted competitive pricing, were the lowest bidders on several line items within the bid package. Awarding to multiple vendors allows the city to maximize cost savings while ensuring timely availability of materials from reliable sources. This agenda item is being requested by Hugh Richardson, Director of Power. This is a budgeted item under fiscal year 2026. Fund Other System Improvements, GL account 510-4600-547850. This will service all wards. Item 8G, consideration of an action or request to approve a change order in the amount of $122,000, $124.16 for the Gateway Pedestrian Bridge Project. The change order addresses unforeseen costs incurred due to additional welding procedures required by WSP and GDOT, which caused delays for subcontractor King Fabrication. Item 8H, consideration of action on request for approval of the purchase of 180 advanced watt hour meters from Tesco Nighthawk for the Blue Sky Apartments. This request serves as a formal notification and justification for an exception procurement with Tesco for the purchase of utility meters. Tesco is the exclusive distributor and authorized service provider for the specific utility meter models currently in use by the City of College Park. This agenda item is being requested by Hugh Richardson, Director of Power. This is a budgeted item for fiscal year 2026. Fund Other System Improvements, GL account number 510-4600-547850. This will service Ward 3. Item 8I, consideration of an action or request to approve purchase of 12 new replacement vehicles for the police department. Quotes from Wade Ford / Dana Safety Supply, Motorola Solution, and Axon Enterprise, Inc. in the amount of $822,690.22. This item is requested by Connie Rogers, Chief of Police. This is budgeted items from fiscal year 2025 to 2026. This item will benefit all wards. Item 8J, consideration of action on request to approve the award for RFQ 26-03 to Mobile Pro Systems for the purchase of a mobile surveillance camera trailer in the amount of $51,675.50. This procurement was conducted through a competitive request for quotes process, and Mobile Pro Systems was selected the most responsive and responsible vendor. This item is being requested by Chief of Police Connie Rogers. This will service all wards. This is a budgeted item. 8K, consideration of action request to approve Contract Award ITB 26-08 Cleaning Supplies, Equipment, and Custodial Related Products. The contract will be awarded as all or none agreement for a term of 1 year with the option to renew for 4 additional one-year periods, subject to satisfactory performance and budget availability. This item is being requested by all city departments as this will be a citywide contract. This is a budgeted item and each department will be responsible for managing and initiating their own purchases under this contract. Item 8L, consideration of action on request to purchase office furniture, delivery, installation, and labor from Panel Systems for relocating staff to the Princeton Avenue building in the amount of $33,267.15 and $4,068.15. This item is being requested by Customer Service Manager William Scott and City Manager Lindell Y. Miller. This is a budgeted item, Fund Customer Service Department and Executive. This item services city functions. Item 8M, consideration of an action on request to approve cooperative agreement, state contract 99999-SPD, SPD 0000218-0006 for Hardy Chevrolet Buick GMC, Inc. in the amount of $37,159. This purchase will support operational needs within the city engineering department and is consistent with budgeted allocations. This agenda item is being requested by the city engineering department, A.B. Woldahana. This is a budgeted item. 8N, consideration of an action on request to approve the award for RFP 26-21 Residential Stability Program to Georgia Micro Enterprises Network, the top-ranked vendor following the competitive evaluation process. Their proposal demonstrated strong alignment with program goals, capacity to deliver services effectively, and a proven track record in community-based economic development. This is a budgeted item. GL Community Enhancement, non-capital 1152-7282. This item is sponsored by Councilman Joe Carm. 8O, consideration of action on request to approve the cooperative agreement with Jewel of the South, Inc. in the amount of $31,667.09 for a City Hall break room for remodeling project utilizing Sourcewell contract GA-C10-040820-JOS under contract number 9999-SODS202009001-00012. This agreement enables the city to proceed with necessary renovations in accordance with procurement policies and cooperative purchasing guidelines. GL Fund Capital Outlay, Furniture, Fixtures, Replacement, $100,1354.7560. This is a budgeted item. This item is requested by Queenie Brown, Deputy City Clerk. This will service citywide functions. Item 8P, consideration of action on request for approval of a cooperative agreement with Allen Vigil Ford Lincoln, Inc., amount $69,830.65. This procurement will be made through an approved cooperative purchasing contract assuring compliance with the city's procurement policy while leveraging competitive pricing. This item is requested by Lindell Y. Miller, City Manager. This is a budgeted item, GL account $100,1354.7580. Item 8Q, consideration of a request to approve the funding in the amount of $250,000 to support the renovation of the Main Street Train Depot. Upon approval of funding, the project will proceed through the cooperative procurement process, ensuring compliance with purchasing guidelines and leveraging cost-effective vendor partnerships. This item is sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Jamel McKenzie. This is a budgeted project under TPD GL account number 275-4975-526300.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's a unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9A, consideration of an action to approve Veterans Day as an official city holiday.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
My apologies. I do need to restate that because there was a change during the update to the agenda. It is also to include the amount of $112,000, which will cover the cost of the holiday for city employees, and it is sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold.
All right.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
Question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Will this be effective this Veterans Day, which is next week? So will our employees have that as a official city holiday?
Madam
I
City
speak
Manager?
for my staff, yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that everybody gets a day off.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item Item 9B, consideration of an action on a request to approve the City of College Park observed holiday calendar for 2026. This item is requested by Krista Gilbert, Interim Director of Human Resources and Risk Management.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9C, consideration of an action on request to approve the Sourcewell contract R2503 cooperative agreement with Flock Group, Inc., DBA Flock Safety, in the amount of $11,400. The agreement enables the city to procure services and equipment through a competitively bid cooperative contract, ensuring compliance with procurement policies and secure favorable bidding. This is a request from Chief of Police Connie Rogers. This will service all wards. This is not a budgeted item. Using funds from Police Technology Equipment fiscal year 2025-2026, GL account number 100-3223-536500.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9D, consideration of an action on request for approval to lease, purchase 4 fire apparatus units, 1 ladder truck, 1 tiller truck, 1 pumper engine, and 1 Skeeter parking deck truck via lease purchase to initiate a scheduled fire apparatus replacement program. See memorandum dated October 23rd, 2024 from Fire Chief Sterling Jones, recommending the 7-year lease purchase of Pierce trucks from 10-8 Fire Equipment of Georgia LLC via the MPP Gov National Bidding Contract in the amount of $4,973,800. This is a non-budgeted item for fiscal year 2026 to be funded through account 100-3520-58-1200 capital lease principal and GL account number 100-3520-58-2200 capital lease interest. These purchases will impact all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion?
Chief.
Councilmember Carn?
Yes, sir.
Now, this lease schedule and payments are going to be spread over this 7-year period, is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, just want to just verify that in the paperwork here.
Mhm.
All right.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9E, consideration of an action or request to approve the updated resolution number 2025-30 to authorize the engagement of TSW Architecture and Planners for the design and construction of Phase 3 of Roderick Gay Botanical Garden Project through a design-build contract subject to legal review. Phase 3 includes the adaptive reuse of 3 existing cabins and related site improvements. The project is to be funded from previously appropriated Tourism Product Development Fund and General Fund allocations. This item was approved at the October 20th, 25 City Council meeting. This item is sponsored by Councilman Roderick Gay.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
And this,
I think that wasn't the language supposed to be updated? Weren't you supposed to?
yes,
Okay,
Yes,
try
ma'am.
again. Where are we
and
doing?
it is a budgeted item.
No, that was it. That was
Yes.
the only thing?
Yes.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That is unanimous.
Item 9F, consideration of an action on request to approve consideration to approve the piggybacking of ITB 24-101670 to Executive Realty Solutions in the amount of $38,491.04. The proposed scope of work will address necessary upgrades to the recycle gate located at frontage and Herschel Road, a key access point for the city sanitation and recycling operations. This item is requested by Councilman Gay of Ward 4. This is not a budgeted item. Fund Sanitation GL account number 540-4300-547680.
Is there a motion?
Motion with discussion.
There's always discussion, Councilmember. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second.
City Manager?
Sir, we've
I'd
already
like
gone
to,
through this, sir.
I'd
Sir.
like to make a substitute motion,
All right, go ahead and make a substitute motion then.
and
But that's to me, not the city manager.
reason being, my thought is,
Councilmember, wait, hold on. Councilmember, what is your substitute motion?
well, obviously, I think we need the security gate up there.
Councilmember,
I'd like to see that coming out of
Councilmember, you're out
Public Works
of order.
funds.
Councilmember, I just asked for the motion.
That would be my motion.
The motion is what?
Well, you were talking over me. I was trying to explain exactly
My
what I
apologies
thought
for
was,
talking over you. What is your motion?
City Manager, my motion, I would like to, I think this is needed. I think if we can pull this out of Public Works, if there is possibly some vacancy funding, something along those lines. I know there was some contingency in one of the 4 divisions of Public Works, and I'm pretty sure we can find it somewhere there if
Councilmember,
that is
that's not a
possible.
motion, and
That's
she's
my-
not the chair.
That's my
So I would
motion.
ask you to make a motion to me.
That was my motion. Yes, Mayor. Made.
Madam Clerk, do you have that motion?
No, Madam Mayor.
Sir, could you please repeat your motion to the clerk?
My motion would be to approve this. However, City Manager, Finance Director, we'd like you to find the funding for this out of Public Works, if possible here.
Is there a second?
I'll give a second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
I'd like to hear from our Finance Director.
And again, you need to address me
I
as
did.
the chair.
I did. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Carn?
I'd like to hear discussion from our Finance Director on it.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I was just going to state that in order to make this happen, we would have to do a budget amendment to make it effective, but that is coming up at the end of December.
Okay, well, being that this is an important access point, and this is a citywide recycling area, we want to keep it secure. So if we do have the funding, let's find it and reallocate it.
We will.
All right.
Okay. That was what my question was. Mayor,
Councilmember McKenzie?
what my question was going to be, is there room to make a budget? I mean, do we have the finances to amend the budget for this?
Yes.
And you did say that. Okay. Thank you very much. That's my concern.
And this would not be a budget increase, this would be just a reallocation of funds.
That is correct.
Just wanted to make that clear for the public.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9G, consideration of an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 7 of the city's Code of Ordinances to restructure and clarify provisions relating to the city municipal court, including the establishment, internal administrative divisions, judicial appointments, and solicitor roles.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie, is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present. Never saw that one. I think I asked for it, but never saw that.
No, it's right here in the packet.
I missed that one.
Item 9H, consideration of an action on a request to amend the current Georgia Works litter cleanup contract. The contract with Georgia Works for continued litter abatement services is in designated areas throughout the city of College Park. Georgia Works has demonstrated consistent performance, reliability, maintaining cleanliness, and improving the visual appeal of targeted zones. The contract will be 5 hours / 2 days a week in the amount of $103,290 a year to be paid weekly at $1,993.20. This is a budget item for $55,000. Any additional costs to be determined. This agenda item is being requested by Francis Kennedy, Executive Director of Keep College Park Beautiful, and Carlton Newton, Superintendent of Building and Grounds. This will service wards 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
Yes, I just wanted.
Councilmember Carn, go right ahead.
Would you like to go first?
Wait, hold on. I recognize Councilmember Carn. If you don't wish to speak, let me know. I'll recognize Councilmember McKenzie.
All right. Well, this is a great program. This program was kind of an offshoot of Keep College Park Beautiful, which I pushed to create. I've seen dramatic improvements throughout the community, throughout our neighborhoods. Georgia Works is an impressive organization. The majority of their workforce comes from men that were formerly homeless or had some serious challenges, and this group gets them off of the streets and makes them productive once again and a benefit to the entire community. So it's a great program. I wanted us to double up our efforts to make sure that we're as clean as possible in this city. As you all know, we get a lot of company here. While we may be 14,000 residents, we swell to about 100,000 residents a day between all of our partners and our situation in terms of logistics. So we get a bit more litter than your average 14,000 resident city. So this is supplemental and it's a big help.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
My question is, of course, I think it's a great program. I'd like to see it go forward, but I noticed that there's no GL account. Is this a budgeted item? I guess I need to hear.
As it said in the statement, there was a previous budget of $55,000, but to double the amount, there's no budget for the remainder.
Correct. So again, I would like to see how we will, is this going to be a part of the budget amendment as well, and do we have the funding?
We will make this part of our budget amendment, and we're looking to do interim transfers in the meantime.
Okay. And again, we just wanted that for the record to reflect that before I vote. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Carn?
And again, that'll be without any increase to the budget.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst us present.
Item 9I, consideration of an action on a request to set the 2026 CCMA annual budget at $50,000 for hosting quarterly meetings at the Georgia International Convention Center and for hosting of the Martin Luther King Jr. Day Parade. Fund Ward 3 Community Enhancement Non-Capital GL Account 100-1100-52-7283. This item is sponsored by Councilwoman Tracy Arnold.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Agenda item 9J, consideration of an action on request to authorize Jewel of the South, Inc. and Kimmy Construction, Inc. to install sidewalks on the city's right-of-way at various locations across 4 wards. The city currently has a remaining T-Splost Fund balance of $728,000, which it will be evenly allocated among the 4 wards in the amount of $182,000 each. This agenda item is being requested by Highway, Streets, and Stormwater and Superintendent Raymond Cotton. This is not a budgeted item. GL account number 235-4962525760, fiscal year 2026. This item will service all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Would you like to discuss?
Yes.
Councilmember Carn?
Now, what I saw was an even allotment here, but looking in the detail, are these varying amounts per ward, or, I see you have the T-Splosh money, and then you have a grand total.
Mr. Cotton? Can you clarify? 'Cause
Well,
there's more money, there's more here than,
yeah.
there's more projects than money.
Well, I see the T-Splosh fund balance, which is evenly allocated. The other funds, the additional funds, is that just from streets and highways, or?
No, the T-Slots funds is $876,000. The next item up under the discussion is the retainer wall. The retainer wall for 3 wards came up to $148,950. That took away the $876,000, leaving us $728,050 to go to a sidewalk. For each ward, $182,000. The list that you all gave me, anything over that 182, we got to find funds for it. I don't have it.
Right.
Understood, okay. So I'm assuming those funds may come out of community enhancement?
Correct.
I would imagine. Okay, that answers my question. All right.
Councilmember Arnold?
I think I'm confused. I think I'm confused. So are you saying the list is not necessarily what's going to be done, but for us to make a selection?
Correct.
I gotcha. Okay.
Right.
Within the 182,000?
Correct.
Well, so I have, so there is an item for Ward 3, Southampton, which shouldn't even be considered in this mix because it comes from a totally separate source of funds.
Okay, Southampton was in the email that was sent to me to get estimates on, so I wasn't sure. So
Gotcha.
I got it, yeah, everything
Got-
that was sent to
gotcha.
me, I got estimates for.
Right, so that has to come out of Clayton.
Clayton Splash.
Okay.
All right, so I guess what we're doing here today is just letting you know which one we want out of the 186, correct?
182.
182, okay.
182.
Okay.
Councilmember Carn?
So will you be starting on these this year here, or I know it's getting cool?
Once
here, but
everything is
you wanna get it-
approved, and then you know which one you want me to move
Tomorrow.
forward on.
Tomorrow.
Yesterday.
Once everything is approved, and once you, and send me the list of which one you want me to move forward on it, and I'll call the contract and get it started.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. You know that we've been wanting to do this now for over a year, so I'm going to have some very happy campers should my fellow legislators vote yes.
Amen.
Any further discussion? So when is this getting, when are the decisions getting made?
For it's moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Once I get the, Councilman Arnold has a couple lists of streets on her, that she gave me. She let me know what streets she want me to move forward on. If it's in that threshold of $182,000, I'll let the contractor know what's been approved, and then let him know to get it scheduled, and then we'll move forward on the sidewalk.
Understood. Madam City Manager?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, basically, once you approve the allocation tonight, we'll structure contracts for a contract with the locations in the contract, along with the bid bond, and then we'll move forward. But we wanted to make sure that council was okay with the allocations.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is
Thank
unanimous
you.
amongst those present.
Thank you.
All right.
Item 9K, consideration of an action on a request to authorize Jewel of the South, Inc. and Kimmy Construction Company, Inc. to install retaining walls along the city's right-of-way at the following locations: Rugby Avenue, Ward 1, Adams Street, Ward 3, and Lake Shore Drive, Ward 4. The total project cost is $148,950. The funding will be drawn from the available $876,000 in T-SPLOST funds, leaving a remaining balance of $728,50. The remaining funds will be allocated towards the installation of a critical component necessary to complete all outstanding sidewalk projects. This request is submitted by Raymond Cotton, Superintendent of Highway, Streets, and Stormwater.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9L, consideration and adoption of resolution authorizing temporary customer assistance measures for College Park utilities. Customers impacted by the federal government shutdown. This item is being requested by Cynthia Hammond, Finance Director, William Scott Utilities, Customer Service Manager. This is not a budget item. This item will service all wards.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9M, consideration of an action consideration of an action on an ordinance to amend Chapter 5, Buildings, Construction, and Related Matters, Article 1 in General, Division 2, Administrative Procedures, Section 5-12, Permits, subsection Conditions of the Permit of the City Code to shorten time limits for commencing and extending building demolition permits.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9N, consideration of an action on request, an ordinance to amend Chapter 5, Buildings, Construction, Related Matters, Article 2, Building Code of the City Code of Ordinances by adopting Section 5-26.6, interim securing of unsafe or unsecured properties.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Carn?
City Manager, this is good. The elimination of blight, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it happens. This is how it starts.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 So unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9O, consideration of an action of a resolution designating the mayor and the city of College Park redevelopment agency pursuant to OCGA 36-44-4A. This item is requested by City Attorney Winston Denmark.
Point of order.
Councilmember Carn?
City Attorney, I would just like to get a brief.
That is not a
explanation
point of order,
this.
sir.
It is a point of order, and I'd like to get a brief explanation before we go into making motions.
Councilmember Carn, that's not a point of order. It is not a point of.
I have the floor, Mayor. You gave
No,
it
you-
to me. I'd like to hear from
And
the
I've
City
ruled,
Attorney, please.
no, I've ruled that that is not a point of order.
Mayor, it is a point of order, and I made the request. I
Councilmember,
would like to get some
Councilmember?
brief explanation from the City Attorney first on this before we take a vote on it.
Councilmember, we need a motion. That is not a point of.
My motion
I'd
is
like
for
to make
us
a motion that we would hear from the city attorney before we make a motion on this.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion?
City Attorney, this is,
We have to
we have to
vote. We have to
deliberate.
vote. We have to vote.
So this
No,
is-
let him
this is
talk.
what we need to
You don't want to run, go ahead, if you want to run the meeting too, you want it? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Councilmember Carn, go right ahead.
Attorney?
Yes, sir. This, as you may recall, at the last meeting, we presented a similar item for the city council's consideration. In that resolution, we inadvertently listed the wrong code section, OCGA 3631, 3661 et sequitur. That was the wrong code section. It was applicable to counties and cities, and it would allow the county board of commissioners, or in the case of a city, the mayor of the city, to appoint the members of a urban redevelopment agency. That's the wrong code section. This code section, OCGA 3644-4, is applicable to cities only, and it allows the city council itself, as opposed to the mayor, to appoint the city council as the redevelopment agency for the city, and to exercise all of the powers under the urban redevelopment law previously referenced. And so I was a little bit surprised that we had cited the wrong code section, so I apologize for that. But I mean, it was always the intention of the council to operate under this code section. And in fact, this is the code section that's referenced in the College Park Charter for the council to exercise the powers of a redevelopment agency under state law. So this is consistent with our charter and with state law, where the members of the city council collectively can appoint the city council as the redevelopment agency for the city, and to exercise all of the redevelopment powers provided for under state law, which would include the power to create a tax allocation district in the redevelopment area, to issue bonds, to exercise the power of eminent domain, and to generally exercise the redevelopment powers provided for by state law. So this is consistent with our intention. And when I saw it the last time, I said, I requested that you take it off the agenda so we could just get it squared away and get the right code section cited. So just to be 100% clear, the mayor does not appoint these members. That was the wrong code section we cited. Under this correct code section, by resolution, the city council can designate itself as the redevelopment agency for the city, and that is what we're requesting that you do. Thank you.
Mr. Denmark, do we get a refund on the work that you're affirming that was incorrect?
No, Madam Mayor, we're going to start ledgering the books. I should probably get more money.
Oh, okay. So also, in regard to how this aligns with BIDA, is there a need for BIDA?
Point of order.
We're not deliberating because we're not in the motion.
We did a motion. The motion was for us to discuss this, to allow the attorney, there was a motion made.
To allow the city attorney to
for
talk.
the attorney, and so we are still in the legislative portion of this meeting.
There's no, I disagree. So, Mr. Denmark, how does this confer, like, how does this conflict with BIDA?
City Attorney, are we deliberating now?
Yes, we're in council deliberations at this point.
Yes, we are.
All right. Any further deliberation?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead, Councilmember Carn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this redevelopment agency, I did have some concerns, and I talked to a couple of our state legislators. The previous OCGA, the 3661, it was essentially framed as county legislation that tucked some cities in. So it was kind of a bit of both, but this is the actual one for municipalities. So this is, I guess this is the right fit for us. All right.
Any further deliberation? All right. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any deliberation? How does this overlap with BIDA?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Denmark, point of order. Deliberation at this point would be out of order.
The deliberation is closed. The council has ceased deliberations. I asked if there was any further deliberation. There was none. Mr. Denmark, how does this conflict with the
Point
Business
of order. The
and
mayor is
Industrial Development
confluting,
Authority?
she is confluting what is
That's not a word,
deliberation.
but-
Well, I just made it up because it sounds good. The mayor is making an attempt to deliberate while we are still in the deliberative portion of this meeting, which will continue until we have voted on all agenda items on the regular session agenda.
City Attorney, are we
Sir,
still?
sir,
in-
you haven't been recognized by the chair. If you wish to speak, let me know.
Do,
Councilmember Carn?
City Attorney, are we still in the legislative portion of the agenda?
yes, sir, Councilman, we are. The council deliberations should be broadly construed because all of your information gathering, question asking constitutes the deliberations until that motion has been resolved. And so I think we need to broadly construe council deliberations to include all of these activities.
Thank you.
I'm sure you do think that, sir, and I appreciate it.
And
Councilmember Carn?
I just want, hey, I'm not trying to be argumentative, I just want to make sure we're in compliance with our ordinances and so that we don't end up back in court again for violating our own rules and regulations, that's all. No disrespect meant.
Mayor?
Councilmember McKenzie?
And I agree with Councilman Carn. A federal judge has ruled that our ordinance 2024-01 was legal and that we have read this. It has gone into our hearing here in this assembly on today once more. And I am requesting of the chair of this meeting that the chair would simply follow the rules and the ordinances of this body. And I can understand that people may have an issue with some of the things that you're seeing, but this is what we call law and order. This is not personal. You can make it personal if you want to, but this is about if the city of College Park and this governing body is going to be constantly accused of doing things incorrectly, being ignorant, not transparent, not following law and order, it starts at the top. So when I get up here and I say this is not personal. This is because we have spent 22 months going back and forth, being ridiculed, our names being bashed, articles, lies being told, and a federal judge said, "You're right. You were right." And I expect the leader of these meetings to follow law and order. And I will say it for the last time. It's not personal. This is about the city of College Park following the procedures, the ordinances, the rules, and the regulations that we have established. If we can't follow our own laws, how can we expect our citizens to do the same?
I wholeheartedly agree. I expect that we will see all of our things on these agendas to comply with our own purchasing procedures. I expect that we'll be able to have employees that aren't endorsing candidates.
Point of order. The chair is in deliberation. As a legislator, I have the right to say what I'm saying because I'm deliberating. The chair is out of order, and I would like to make a motion that we continue with this meeting and follow the order that has been established for city council meetings in the city of College Park.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
You can't second your own motion.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions?
Aye.
Councilmembers McKenzie and Carn are in favor. Councilmember Arnold is abstaining. The motion passes. Is there any other motion?
Well, you mean the next item?
There was a motion on the floor.
All right, all right. Any further deliberation? This creates a conflict with our Business and Industrial Development Authority. Do not be fooled. All those in favor?
Aye.
This, no, that was her motion to
That was
move
my
the
motion.
meeting forward. Yeah, so you haven't voted on,
That was my motion to move the meeting forward.
Okay,
I just thought you didn't abstain from that.
all right. So this council is creating a redevelopment agency.
City Attorney, can you, she's out of order. She has no respect for law.
I
and order.
haven't acknowledged
It's
you.
only when that is about what she wants. And I am begging you, Chair, to follow the order. You're an attorney. You're a mediator. Why can't you respect law?
Councilmember, I am well aware of my professions and the duty that I have to this city. I am greatly troubled by the lack of information that is being shared with our community and the lack of diligence even in this consent agenda. And
Point
so
of order. Point of order.
You asked me.
I'm asking that the clerk would continue to indicate every single time ordinance 2024-01 is violated in this meeting from before this, in terms of the minutes that have been recorded. Please be in the minutes. Make sure every time there is an illegal act of deliberation that it is quoted and let it be known. Let the record reflect. And even right now, so I'm not going to keep on saying point of order, but I'm requesting that every time deliberation comes from anyone who's not one of the 4 legislators that have been elected by the people of the city of College Park to legislate, and when we do not adhere to 2024-01, I would like to have that noted in the record. And I'm not going to continue to interrupt this meeting, but I am requesting, City Attorney and Clerk, that this is notated.
Is there a second on that?
No, it's a request.
Well, the request doesn't work unless the body supports it. So is that a motion?
It's a motion then.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Motion dies for lack of a second. What's the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
He's still talking.
Discussion.
There was no second. Madam Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda?
9P, consideration of an action on a request to approve a resolution to designate certain real property within the city as redevelopment areas pursuant to OCGA 36-44-6. This item is requested by City Attorney Winston Denmark.
Is there a motion?
Point of order.
Councilmember Carn?
City Clerk, did we skip 9? Okay, we passed 9P, is that right?
That's where we are. Is there a motion?
Yes, motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Carn?
City Attorney, I understand that other cities have often established a redevelopment authority, even along with a BIDA-type entity.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that, Councilman, because I do think the public needs to hear that information. College Park is, we have essentially one development authority, which is BIDA. We look right down the road at our neighbors in Forest Park. They have a development authority, an urban redevelopment agency, and a downtown development authority. Look at our friends in the city of Stonecrest. They have a urban redevelopment agency and a development authority. Many communities find it useful to have more than one tool in the toolbox in order to accomplish the economic development and redevelopment purposes of those respective communities. And so it is not unusual at all. I dare say that most communities have more than one. And College Park may find itself in a minority of community that has only one development authority. Stockbridge has multiple development authorities. They have a citywide development authority and a downtown development authority. And those cities are not near as sophisticated as the City of College Park in terms of what it's doing, its annual budget. They don't have a project like 6 West. And so having more than one tool in the toolbox is useful, and it makes College Park like the vast majority of communities that have more than one development authority.
I will say that, College Park is very advanced regarding intergovernmental entities. To be such a small city, obviously Hartsfield-Jackson sits in the city of College Park, governed by the city of Atlanta. We have 2 MARTA stations here in the city with entities themselves and boards, several boards. We sit between Clayton and Fulton County, where we juggle both tax digests. We have 3 different water authorities that we're under. Some of our citizens get Atlanta water along the end of Godby Road. Some of our citizens get Clayton County water. Others get East Point City water. So we're an enormously complex city, but having these boards, and we have some special situations where there's land that touches, multiple counties, multiple jurisdictions, and some get electricity from us, some get the electricity from Georgia Power. So we need that tool in the toolbox, depending on the type of real estate and development projects that we're dealing with. So I think it's necessary. We want to have every tool that all the other cities have so that we can manage this city, properly.
Any further discussion? Any further deliberation? Watch the conflict. It's going to come. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9Q, consideration of an action on request for adoption of a resolution designating Rob Pitts Boulevard as a public street connecting Herschel Road and Global Gateway to the Roderick Gay Botanical Garden. This item is sponsored by City Attorney.
That's Councilmember Gay.
No, it was O&P.
Councilman Gay.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 9R, consideration of an action on request to adopt a resolution establishing a city-owned grocery store pilot program to address food insecurity and promote equitable access to healthy, affordable foods. This item is sponsored by Councilman Joe Carn.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Any discussion? Any deliberation? On $200,000 and no specifics. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That is unanimous amongst those present.
Item 10, City Attorney's Report.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I believe my report was delivered to you earlier this afternoon.
11, City Manager's Report.
Mayor Pro Tem, and Council, I wanted to first thank my staff for all of your hard work. It's really appreciated. Special thanks to Hannah. We worked the entire weekend on the food relief plan for our residents, so I'm really, really thankful to her and Yakis. I also wanted to give a special thanks to Chief Rogers and McCray. along with Chief Jones, and Mayor and Council for your support on the assessment of our police force and fire department salaries. I truly appreciate that. Special thanks also to William, who worked on the utilities policy for our residents, those that are being affected by the shutdown and the SNAP program. Thank you.
12, a report of mayor and council.
Thank you. We talked about it at the top of the meeting, and I think that it is something that our city employees should know. That our city manager has said that you're directed not to comply with or respond to requests from myself or any of my colleagues. All requests have to come directly from her. And any employee disregarding this directive will face immediate disciplinary action. That's in writing. And so, for everyone's protection, we know, we understand, because we want to make sure that our employees are taken care of. We want to make sure our employees don't face intimidation. I know the word gets kicked around a lot. And I think that for a number of reasons, sometimes being persistent, especially when you're the first one to look like you sitting in this seat, there's a lot of shots that can be taken. And it's fine. I'm good. But our employees are not good. They need support. They need help. And we need to be in a space to support them. At our last meeting, I spoke about a number of concerns. Most notably, the lack of clarity about how our public dollars are being spent. And I raised questions about procurement and contracts and the distribution of city gift cards, because they were handed to the city, so they're city property. I think in tonight's agenda, we saw some progress in terms of explanation for agenda items, but we've got some work to do. We've still got more information to provide, not only so this governing body can make an informed decision, but our residents actually know what we're doing up here and where the money's coming from, because it's not always entirely clear. Because the public, as I say in almost every meeting, deserves a clear accounting of where every dollar goes. We cannot restore trust without accountability. And we can't have accountability without information. And when we lack basic details, like how many gift cards were taken or received at the citywide festival, and the denominations of those gift cards, and where they sit now. When those things remain unanswered, it's hard to have that level of trust. And I'm still deeply disappointed we don't have an accounting of that information. We should have received an update. We could have received an update tonight. In the absence of the information and based upon the lack of communication about that, I have filed a formal complaint with the Attorney General's office in regard to the Open Records Act, because no one, including me, should have to work so hard to get answers about how public funds are being handled. I know that we all care very deeply about this city. Accountability is not opposition. Asking questions is not obstruction. I want to work with anyone up here or out there who wants to move this city forward in a way that's rooted in integrity and in service of others and not themselves. I'm here for it. We've got work to do. We got a lot of work to do. And I want to be able for us to have that working relationship. I know that you have heard multiple times about this, why has she not spent her money? It's your money. It's not my money. And every opportunity that I have asked to have things on the agenda, I've been told there's some unwritten rule that I can't do it. I tried to have a corporate representative make a presentation tonight at the workshop. It's going to fly in for it. Big employer in our city. I was told I couldn't put him on. I don't know if you voted for that. But you should think about it as you go to the polls tomorrow. Because regardless of who you choose on the ballot, I do want you to make your voice heard. Because local elections are where the rubber meets the road. Your neighborhood, your city services, your tax dollars, it's really your future. And democracy only works when we all participate. So I encourage everybody in the room, if you didn't get out and do early voting, if you are watching and you did not get an opportunity to early vote, please head to cast your ballot tomorrow. Since our last meeting, I had the honor of joining fellow members of the African American Mayors Association on a trade mission to Ghana. It was an extraordinary opportunity to build connections with leaders, entrepreneurs, and educators across the Atlantic. We met with officials at the U.S. Embassy in Accra to learn more about U.S. partnerships in Ghana with the business, cultural, agricultural, and education sectors. And I also visited Cape Coast. And it was probably one of the most moving experiences of my life, where so many of our ancestors began their journey. And it was a powerful reminder about why we do the work that we do and how far we have come. But we have farther to go. And honestly, we are at our best when we think big. When we lead with abundance and collaboration, everybody wins. But too often we are governing from a space of scarcity and small-mindedness, and acting as if there isn't enough credit or enough recognition or enough opportunity to go around. There's no way that a man who wants to hand out food to people should be stopped in his tracks. That the kindness and the courage of our police officers is the only way he gets to serve pozole to our neighbors. When we can all share our voices, even when we don't agree, we make better decisions. We don't make good decisions hiding behind aliases on social media that lob insults, that sow division and chaos. We are at our best when we remember that service is not about self-interest, but the public good. And when we choose to keep faith with the people who trust us to lead. At some point, we've got to reject that scarcity mindset and choose vision, integrity, and courage as a body instead.
Are you finished?
Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Just want to share a few things this evening.
Thank you.
And some of the things that I'm going to share are the result of this meeting tonight. I became a law enforcement chaplain over 10 years ago. And I did it because I believed in law and order. I believed in supporting those who enforce law and order. And not only did I become a law enforcement chaplain, I became a certified post instructor, which allowed me to instruct those who serve and protect, those who run into danger's way when everybody else is running away. And that is why when I make comments regarding the business of this city, it is never personal. It is always professional. There's something in me, and I get challenged, and people, it's amazing how people will take who you are and totally twist it into something that you never would imagine you'd be. And I think that one of the reasons that the attacks come on me is because I do stand for what is right. I do tell the truth. I am transparent. I believe in accountability. And I believe in law and order. And the purpose of law and order is to maintain social stability by establishing a framework of rules and ensuring their consistent application. And what this does, law and order, the framework of law and order protects individual rights, liberties, it resolves disputes, and it sets standards for acceptable behavior. You see, in the absence of law and order, everything goes, and there's division, there's confusion, there's chaos. And even those that would say that accountability is key, accountability without order is simply chaos. So we set rules and we set regulations so that everyone is treated fairly. And one of the things that grieves me so much is the double standards that I see in society, the double standards that I see even in this city. I see people that purport one thing, but at the end of the day, whatever they want goes, whether it breaks the law or whether it adheres to law. And good law-abiding persons get caught up in following persons who have a mission to just do what they want to do, regardless of what the law implies. It's a beautiful day in the city of College Park, and we've had a beautiful 2 weeks with so many great things. You know, it's written, you shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free. You see, there's a way that seems right to a man or a human, but the end thereof is destruction. Just want to tell you a little story. You see, the truth and a lie were in a marathon, and both the truth and the lie began at the very same starting line. The truth began the race slow and steady, firm and focused, knowing that there was a way to go, because he's in a marathon, before it reached the finish line. However, the lie, it took off like a sprinter, loud, cocky, defamatory, and boisterous. On the other hand, as the race continued, the truth remained steady and slow, firm and focused, pacing itself and not concerned with the cheers of the crowd that were not in the truth's favor. While the lie, oh, it was lit. It got excited about how far ahead it was in the course, that it took time out to reach out to the fans, embellishing its story, adding to its narrative and pulling others into the race along with it. But the truth continued, slow and steady, firm and focused, keeping in mind its end. The lie continued building. Oh, we're going to be outside in front of the, let me not start. Building, gathering, and carrying more deception, more propaganda, caught up in how well it could twist and turn and gather false information. And we all know who won the marathon, don't we? The truth won. Why? Because the truth always wins. The current state of our city of College Park is a marathon between the truth and a lie. A handful of people are determined to distract our population and the regions that surround us with false narratives that disparage the members of this governing body by painting us as ignorant, corrupt, uncaring, and dishonest. But the truth stands, and the truth will prevail. You know why? Because the truth is known. It doesn't have to be revealed. The truth does not have to be revealed, but all lies will be revealed in their time. The truth is that the City of College Park practices transparency. We have a detailed system of accountability, and I believe, if I can't speak for everyone else, I can speak for myself. I know I'm here to serve in truth, in transparency, and accountability, and the truth will win. Today I want to thank Permission to Fly for awarding me the honor of being their citizen. Well, actually, they gave me the Civic Leader of the Year award at their performance last night. It was an Arts in College Park, and let me tell you, those young people were absolutely amazing. Pam and I went there, we sat on the edge of our seat, and we were just amazed at the talent that is here in College Park. Permission to Fly, actually, the word fly means to fully love yourself. And it's an organization that has been centered around specifically women who have had some type of a deformity or some type of outer issue, like alopecia, or maybe Bell's palsy, or something that society may look at them and frown upon them or look at them one kind of way. But it teaches them to fully embrace themselves and fully love themselves. And I tell you, we were loving these young ladies, and I was so honored by Miss Rowe of Roshan, the former Roshan's Dance Closet right here on Main Street, that no longer is. And that saddens my heart. It saddens my heart when we have business owners in this city who have flourished and have really given threads in the fabric of the city of College Park, and they cannot continue their businesses because, you know, again, we want to renovate, we want to upgrade, but we still want to hold on to those portions of our city that have gotten us to where we are. And so, Ms. Rashawn, I love you. I appreciate you. I thank you for the work that you're doing. And I was just glad that Pam and I were able to be a part of that amazing day of classes, which ended with a concert. I also had the opportunity over the last 2 weeks to attend the Atlanta Regional Commission's first Regional Leadership Institute's alumni mixer. I graduated from RLI in 2024, was the first elected official in the history of the City of College Park, in the history of the Regional Leadership Institute, to be able to matriculate through that program. And it was an honor to be with so many amazing is my word, persons who are doing great things. I am concerned about the condition of our country. This government shutdown is no joke, and it's impacting so many of us. And I've already spoken in this meeting about I'm so proud of what the city of College Park is doing and how we are responding, and that we actually passed legislation today that will see about the persons in our community. But I'm also encouraged by persons like Miss Massey and Mr. What's his name? Andreas, Miss Holly, Mr. Jakeem, lots of the organizations that came together on Saturday and said we don't have to wait for the city to give out and to take care of our people. We can do this on our own. But my heart is broken because what one individual and several individuals came to do, that was an amazing feat. And I want to thank Major Denard, I want to thank Officer Porsche, because they, right on their feet, they came up with a solution. But since that time, Mr. Andreas and Miss Massey have become embroiled in what I call a political clash of ideologies, lies that have been told, things that have been said about good people that are just trying to do something good in this city, because people want to polarize and politicize and make a point, and they don't care how it hurts a person. And this young gentleman who came out to do something good was broken in his heart because he found himself twisted and turned and in the midst of people that just wanted to be nasty and ugly. And that breaks my heart. I'm not going to boo-hoo up here and cry, because that's just not the kind of girl I am. But my heart is broken. Okay, I just got two more things. I want to thank Mr. Tom Coleman, because he reached out to the city manager and myself several weeks ago. He's a veteran of the Air Force, and he said, we got to do something. We got to do something about Veterans Day and all these different military observances. And the city manager, I want to thank you because you were quick on your feet. And in one of our many meetings, we said, let's go ahead and do it. Let's set up our first Veterans Day tribute. And so on Saturday, November 8th, we want to invite all of the public to the Keith James Auditorium. We will be celebrating and honoring our local veterans. And it would be terrible for us to honor them and you're not there. So I want to invite you to come. We're going to have food. In fact, I'm about to pass that bill to the city manager, whether she don't realize it right now. But we're going to have a really nice spread, but it's going to be a day of just honoring and celebrating people who have put their lives on the line for the service of this country. And I also want to celebrate our police officers that obviously didn't get enough of it. They came out the military and went to serve. So I want to thank you, Chief, and all of our officers and our firefighters and the persons who came down tonight, and we honored you. And I want to thank Councilwoman Tracy Arnold for going forward with that, and I'm sure she'll say more about declaring this, making sure that we do honor our veterans. And the final thing is that on Friday, we want to invite you back to, well, actually, the first Friday comes before Saturday. Friday, we want you to meet us at the Keith James Auditorium. We'll be there at 12 o'clock. I want to thank, we got so many volunteers sign up. We want to thank all the volunteers that sign up. I want to thank Mr. Jakeem, who continues to organize this for us, from JP Agency, Food in the City. We thank you so much. And for all the persons that are coming out, and it goes Sugar's Urban Farm. In fact, don't let me start naming because I'm going to mess up. But I want to thank every single person. We have been doing this monthly. We didn't wait for a government shutdown. Favor House has been doing this on a regular basis. And that's what made it easy for us, because we were already mobilized and ready. So I do want to thank everyone for all the goodness, but I also want to remind you, the lie will just run its course, but the truth will always stand.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe it's your meeting right now.
Oh, but
we don't have a quorum?
We do.
Well, we're just making.
We got quorum. We're quorum.
We're making comments.
But we do have quorum. Three legislators consist of a quorum. I've studied my Robert's Rules of Order. Okay, Councilman Carn?
All right, thank you. A couple of things. In terms of our employees, city manager, and I just want to thank y'all for all the hard work you do each day in and day out. No employee is perfect, Lord knows. No elected official is perfect, Lord knows. City attorney or anybody else. In terms of our employees, I think one of the issues is, city manager, that none of us should have an issue that's of so much importance that an employee is stopped in their tracks in the process of something that they're taking care of that's very important. If it's that important, it's an emergency, which means police or fire. And so it's usually not that important. It can wait. So we have to take measurement. Everybody's chomping at the bit with a lot of things they want to get done, and I guess everybody wants their project done first. Absolutely. But the employees have a lot on them, and they're dealing with a lot. And we just thank our city manager for trying to manage the priorities. And if I pick up the phone or call the city manager and say, hey, this is a priority, sometimes she'll look at it and say, yeah, this is a priority. Other times it's not such a priority because I don't know what else she has on her plate. So understanding is very important. We are here to serve the people at the end of the day, and we need to stay focused on that. Our job is to better the quality of life and quality of services just a little bit for residents. And I think sometimes we really need to keep our eye on the ball with that. Now, I do agree with the mayor that accountability for every dollar spent is absolutely paramount. Procurement and contract compliance, pretty high up there. That should be the absolute cleanest hands-off department citywide, in my opinion, from being around a bit and seeing a lot of things that could go the wrong direction pretty fast. I have voted over the years to move this city forward in my best judgment with accountability, and like the mayor did say, she's right, it's your money. It's your tax dollars, and you can't play with people's tax money. It's one thing I have learned over the years. And I think we've been very fiscally responsible with our funding, with the things that we do, and with every vote that I take. I am always sure to verify the financial impact of that particular expenditure. That's what putting residents first look like. Over the past 4 years, we have increased this city's revenues by over 40%, while at the same time lowering the same residents' taxes by 15%. We do responsibly handle our funding, and we're lucky to be able to do it, but we have a good staff with checks and balances every step of the way, and I'm very thankful for that. City manager, I know we're looking at a major employer coming into the city. It's under the NDA, the Project Extra. We don't want those employers, and potential developments to slip away. So we want to expedite what we need to do to make sure that we do not lose that project. We're looking at over 140 new jobs here in the city of College Park. So if that means a special call meeting, so be it. Let's make sure we have it. Our job is to bring revenues into this city and relieve the residential tax burden off of our residents onto the business taxes so that we can keep things moving forward. So we want to make sure, if there's anything that we can do to make sure that we don't lose that potential project. All of our projects are important, and we need to make sure that we keep things moving along in forward progress, expediting things, special call meetings, whatever needs to be done. The citywide job fair, it was absolutely spectacular. I want to thank all of the staff, city manager, We had over 500 attendees there. It was a really, really great event. We talked with those seeking employment, intimately. We had consultants there, and they left with a plethora of a new direction in terms of job possibilities. We had our community service providers there with direct help for our residents. And I got so many calls of appreciation for us making sure that we put that together and had some opportunities for residents. So I'm very thankful to my staff, Ms. Jasmine, who's here, and Holly Rodriguez, and everybody that helps make this happen. Our consultant, we had a comprehensive survey there that was very eye-opening, and I'm looking forward to those results. That's going to give us a lot of insight in terms of direction and public sentiment. I always say that no elected official is wiser than the sentiment of the public, and that's very, very important. I do want to say something about, what we're working through up here. I've always tried to keep things professional up here and keep it moving along as best as I know how. But ladies and gentlemen, we got to keep something in mind. We're all struggling with something. All of us are dealing with challenges internally, family, health, you name it. We're all struggling with something. And, politics put aside, y'all. We're all people. We're all people. Vulnerable and imperfect. All of us. All of us. And I think being in government or politics or whatever have you, or city service, one of the things that we absolutely have to maintain and protect is our empathy. Our empathy and understanding, y'all, of everybody's imperfections. Now, I am not, nor have I ever been, a vindictive person. I try to represent our residents, and I respect my colleagues. I respect and appreciate our staff. We don't always disagree, but I would never go to threatening staff, Lord knows. But in terms of the issues with the mayor, I tell y'all, just, regardless of us having disagreements, we're all human here. And I would tell the mayor if she were here, whether she believes it or not, my heart sincerely goes out to her frustration, because I can understand it. And I'd just like to apologize for any hurt feelings right now. If any of that is from myself, I would apologize for it. I don't try to be mean or cruel or insensitive. We've got to do better up here, and I think we can do better, and I think we will do better. But we've just got to keep things in perspective here. We're all human, and none of us have got it all together. Lord knows, not me. But I do my best to represent my community, and we all do our best to try to serve our residents. So I'll just leave it at that. And well, hopefully things go well tomorrow. Don't forget to vote, no matter which way it goes. I think everyone up here has got the best intentions of serving our community, our city, as best as we can. So hopefully we're allowed to continue. We'll see how it goes. I'm proud of our city. I'm proud of our residents, and I am proud of our staff. And I thank y'all for bearing with us as we go through some of the transitions. But I do think as we end this year and begin to end this year, is one of the things about a brand new year is you get to hit that reset button and get it right and improve. And that's what I'm committed to, and I do believe everyone here is going to commit to. So we're going to double our efforts towards getting along and respecting each other a whole lot more up here. So that's all I got.
Councilwoman Arnold.
Thank you. Over the past few weeks, Ward 3 has continued to thrive through meaningful engagement, community partnership, and investment in our city's future. Excuse me, I'm getting a little hoarse here. Over the past few weeks, we celebrated a ribbon cutting and mural reveal at the Tracy Wyatt Recreational Complex. It was a moment where we had an opportunity to honor our past leadership while showcasing our bright and creative future for Ward 3. I had the pleasure of joining on that same day, joining Commissioner Gail Hambrick at her fall festival, in which we had a wonderful opportunity to connect with families and neighbors. And I also participated in the organ dedication service at St. John's Episcopal Church, which was a beautiful ceremony, and it highlighted the importance of faith institutions in uplifting our community. Last week, we hosted the Heart of Entrepreneurship. And I want to give a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Trelonda Triplett and the Institute for Strategic Leadership for their partnership and continued commitment to supporting local innovators and small businesses here in the city of College Park. Our annual Trunk of Treat at the TWRC was another success, thanks to our police department and our city staff and our volunteers in the Tau Epsilon Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. I want to thank everyone for helping us to create a safe and exciting and memorable event for the families that participated. I also had the opportunity to participate in the annual Liberian Economic Development Initiative, is also known as LEDI, their gala. And I'm looking forward to continual conversations with this group on how we may develop a sister city relationship in Liberia, strengthening global connections and unlocking cultural and economic opportunities for the city of College Park. I think sometimes when we have these conversations and we talk about relationships across the water, people don't fully understand how it can propel our city when it comes to tourism, and also with opportunities of individuals recognizing the city of College Park as a place that they can come to, that they may possibly even be able to work for. Additionally, I participated in Style Mob University's homecoming, where I was recognized for the scholarship support that the city of College Park provided the students. It was a wonderful event, and I want to thank them. You know, supporting education and opening doors of opportunity for our young people remains a priority for me, and I know it remains a priority for the city, for our constituents that are coming behind us or after us, and it definitely is a privilege to be able to support our constituents in this way. I'm deeply thankful for being selected to participate in the 2026 Leadership Clayton class. I'm excited about the knowledge and leadership tools and regional collaboration and opportunities that this program will provide, and I look forward to bringing those learnings back to serving in the city of College Park. I know that these regional leadership programs, the ARC along with Leadership Clayton, provides us with a lot of tools in our tool belt and helps us to be able to move our city forward. And finally, over the past few weeks, I've engaged in meetings with developers, business leaders, and community organizations who are exploring opportunities to expand services and invest in the city. And these conversations continue to show how much potential and interest there is in the city of College Park and the city's bright future. We had a wonderful impromptu community gathering on October 31st in the Princeton Village subdivision, and I want to thank I want to extend a special thank you to Mr. Eric Jackson for organizing it. I had the opportunity to join the fun in my costume as Wonder Woman, and I took my puppy, Lilo, and she was debuted as a little candy corn in her dress. And when we talk about connection and community, this is a great example of the community coming together and having a joyous occasion and connection. And looking ahead, we have several exciting events planned in the coming weeks, starting with the drone soccer orientation, which is this Friday for those who have registered, followed by the Veterans Luncheon at the TWRC, a senior movie and dinner night, and our annual turkey giveaway. And as always, donations and volunteers are welcome and appreciated as we continue to serve our residents and strengthen our community connections. And finally, I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone who reached out to me and my family during my uncle's, after my uncle's transition. Your prayers, your support, the words of encouragement really means a lot, and I am forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. As we prepare to end this meeting tonight, I just want to express how excited and honored I am to be a part of this governing body. As I listen to the reports that everybody has shared today, it's been some amazing things. We've been really, really doing some great things. I'm just glad to be in this number. Tomorrow is Election Day. The polls open at 7 o'clock and they 8 in the morning, and they will close at 7 o'clock in the evening. We have 3 polling locations in the city of College Park. One is the Conley Rec, one is Camp Truett, and the other is the Tracy Wyatt Recreation Center. This is an election that all of us should participate in. There's something on the ballot in this election for all of us. A lot of times, a municipal election doesn't have some of the referendums that we have. And so I want to really encourage you, if you're not in Ward 2 or 4, still get to the polls tomorrow. Let your voice count. We've got a lot of important things on the agenda. And I would say to all of those that have put their hat in the ring and want to serve or continue to serve, our prayers are with you. We thank you. Public service is not easy, but it's necessary. And so I close tonight thanking everyone, our legislators, our mayor, our city manager, our attorney, and all the employees that make up the city of College Park. And on Veterans Day, everybody have a great time. The time is 11:28, and I call this meeting over.